We are live. I believe everybody's live here.
Hey.
Hang on, Michelle. Mic's on.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a good thing I didn't have
What's
my
up,
pants off for
everybody?
Hello.
You never know when we might pop on just randomly live. But what's going on, everybody? Happy Friday night. Welcome to Romero Fan Roundtable number 6, the halfway to Living Dead Weekend edition. We are literally almost to the day 6 months away. Living Dead Weekend. It's crazy to believe that it was 6 months. So it's been 6 months for Matt and Paul since they were last at Living Dead Weekend back in June. But we're 6 months away. It's time is flying by, which sadly we don't want time to fly by too damn fast, because this is kind of the last year of them all in and of itself. But glad to have everybody on. Glad to have everybody in the chat. Sorry, Larry. I saw you, Larry, comment. Why do you have to do this when Friday Night Lives is on? I now have to make a choice. I don't want to. Well, dude, just watch this one. This will be a whole lot more fun. Don't worry. Just, Uncle Bill, fuck him. Like, no, I love Uncle Bill. They're doing like a watch along or something tonight of Over the Top or something like that.
No way.
Like,
Stallone arm wrestling movie?
Yeah, come on. What's
wrestling?
better,
Oh,
Larry? Come on. But how's everybody doing tonight? What's going on, Paul?
Real good.
Thanks
Real
for
good.
coming.
Doing good.
Good, man.
Yep.
Michelle, are you squared away? You keep freezing.
I
on,
hope
you
so.
need
Let's
to get
see.
them out
If
throughout the
I'm
night.
desperate, I'll move to my phone if this stupid laptop stops working.
Isn't that a sad state of affairs now, where you're better off using your phone as opposed to an actual laptop connected to actual Wi-Fi at this point?
Yeah.
That happens a lot.
Part of the problem is you get
Can't
malware
trust the
spyware on
Wi-Fi
your
in Canada.
computer, not so much on your phone. So
Yeah. How you doing, Synth? What's going on, my brother? You
Yeah,
haven't been doing
usual.
anything wacky lately, have you? You're not over in China this time, are you?
I missed a bunch of your shows too. I've been so damn busy trying to make money for various thingies. So it kind of sucks, but happy to be here. So
Glad you could come on. John, how you doing, man? Been a while
Great.
since you've been on. I know you've been busy as well.
Yeah.
New love interest or something?
Oh,
you know,
yeah. I mean, the lady friend. I don't know if we have anything defined, but I mean, I spend time with her and I enjoy it, and I hope she feels the same way. And so, I mean, it's what it feels like, but I don't think
You never know.
some like
You never know.
definitive conversation.
She could just be
thing, so.
using you for your money and your good looks. You never know. You gotta be careful.
hey,
Yeah,
John, you
but,
going to NAMM this month?
I got what's that?
Are you going to NAMM this month in Anaheim?
No. Actually, a friend of mine
Okay.
asked me to. It's funny because I felt bad. I said this to Mark Tierno because he was talking to me about guitar stuff, and I was like, when I'm like with the Romero people, I forget that I actually like play guitar and know music and all that stuff because that's like work in a way, you know. So like I don't think about that kind of stuff. So I'm not nearly as passionate about the music stuff as I am with the George stuff. And sometimes I feel bad because I meet so many people that are musicians that are maybe that I'm, let's say, at a higher level than, and they like are completely in love with it. And I love it too, but not in the same way. Like I don't have like music stuff really, like, where I have more like, you know, if you look at my walls, it's all movie posters and stuff. I have very little like, you know, music stuff. So a friend of mine asked me, and it's just like, I don't get nearly as excited about that as I would like, you know, at the Monroeville Mall. So
Sure.
no.
But cheap
Oh,
plug. I'm doing live coverage at NAMM, so if you want to see music stuff you missed, you can check it out.
Cool.
And,
There
I'll be at
was
the art
one
booth.
year
I'm
that
volunteering at the
I-
art booth. So
that's cool. Yeah, there was one year that I was asked to go and I declined, and that's just when I started getting into Alan Holdsworth. That was 2017. I go, well, I'll see him in a few months, and then he died in April, like a couple of months before George. So it was just like, again, it was like, oh, this person that I love and respect had died before I had a chance to say, you know, thank you and all this stuff.
Yeah,
So.
it happens to me all the time. Same with like Joe Pilato, and I was thinking about LMA Smith the other day. When I did this stream, I was talking about her, and that Living Dead Weekend in October where she was there. I think that was the last one she was at, and I remember passing her table a couple of times and just being like, I got to get to so and so, or I got to get to so and so, or I got to do this, I got to do this, and then I'm just like, well, I guess I'll just get her next time because she's always there, she's always at these things, and then it's like that was her last one, and I'm just like, Jesus, you know. So yeah, it seems like it happens far too often. Matt, are you there, man?
I'm here.
Matt
Can
is
you hear me?
faded. Yeah, we can hear you. Your camera is blurred.
I see that. Hopefully it'll
Put
kick
your
back
hand in
on
front
here
of
in a
it.
second. Good Lord.
At least I'm not the
There
only
it
one.
is.
Oh, there it
Okay.
is.
Difficult.
It's like
Weird.
it's like your camera freezes, but it goes into this like fog, like stained glass look thing. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'm
fancy.
using my phone and it's connected to my MacBook, but I guess it's like it's like air paired or some shit, so it keeps dipping in and out. I've never had this problem before, so I'll mess with it in a minute if I get a moment. But yeah, my apologies.
Hey, stay off Romero channel. It's nothing but technical issues interrupted
Yeah.
by Romero talk every now and then. You know, that's
No
my
shit.
my
And then
motto.
Everly shows up. Yeah.
Everly will make a cameo, and then eventually Claire will make a cameo, and then eventually it'll just be a whole.
Yeah.
It'll be like Pee Wee's Playhouse in this motherfucker. So, what have you been up to, Matt?
Not a whole lot, man. We had a good Christmas, good New Year's. Well, the last day or so has been pretty eventful around here. I know I was telling y'all in the group chat, we had a dude that got fucking suicided by a cop in my neighborhood. So kind of wild couple of days here.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts.
But,
God.
yeah, he was
Crazy times.
I guess he was like a veteran and he lost it and got into a shootout with the cops. I don't know. It's all sad stuff. But anyway, it's
Damn.
been pretty crazy. Crazy couple of days here. I don't know. It feels like there's something in the air today and lately in general. So but yeah, and I'm grateful to be here with you guys, and I was gonna talk a little bit about that too, like with everything that's going on in the world right now. Tensions are high, and I'm just glad to be able to kind of break away from all that shit and hang out with you guys and chat it up, man.
Well, man, and like
Perfect,
Hey.
baby. Perfect. We need this right now.
Right, we need it, man.
Tune
Yeah,
in,
it's
turn
like-
off, and drop out. Right. That's it.
Right,
Exactly.
Fuck yeah.
that's what we're doing. That's the motto for tonight. So this guy's like been like one of my like, I don't know, man. Like, I know in your situation it's kind of hard to do because it's literally like that shit went down in your neighborhood, like right down the street
Yeah.
from your house. So that is very close to home, literally. But I'm kind of with you, man. Like, I'm trying to. One of my resolutions this year for 2026 is just to try to tune out as much of like the outside world and news and all this shit as much as possible and just focus on things that I enjoy and that I like. I'm watching a shit ton of movies. I've watched like 40 movies in the past since I've been on like paternity leave. I started a Letterboxd account, so I'm just like in the mood to like go back and watch all these movies
Good.
I've never fucking watched before.
Yeah.
So I'm watching more movies. I'm reading more books. You'll be proud of me, Matt.
Oh, you're
I've started
reading.
picked up-
All right.
I'm reading like a son of a bitch. I've almost finished.
Oh, yeah.
I got Tarantino's Cinema Speculation around Christmas time.
Okay.
I'm almost
Oh,
finished.
that
with
was a good one.
Yeah, that's a really good book because he
Yeah, I like
he
that one quite a
writes
bit.
like he talks, so it's really easy to read it in his voice. So it's a really easy read. And it's making me go and visit all these or revisit movies that I haven't watched in forever and visit and find out about these movies I've never seen, never heard of. Or not never heard of, but just never
Cool.
seen or really given much thought about. So
I'm
yeah,
gonna, I'm gonna recommend a book for you. I know
Okay.
you heard me talk about Phantasm with Grande, but there's a really good book. It's called Phantasm Exhumed. It's by Dustin McNeil, and it pretty much covers the entire saga front to start, like Don Coscarelli's, his origins, what the films that he started making before Phantasm, how he got his start, and all of his funding and stuff for his films. It's really good. I recommend that highly. So give it a shot. if you can find
I got it written down because I'm trying to find
Yeah.
some books. Normally I like nonfiction stuff. I like reading about
Yeah.
stuff. Like I've been reading. I picked what the hell is it called? The Romero book. It's like the business of the independent cinema of George A. Romero. I picked that
Yeah,
back up,
okay.
kind of dig it. That one's a little like it's really interesting stuff, but it's so technical. It's all about business strategies and the way that Rubenstein maneuvered his way to get things
Oh.
made. And
That's the
Have you
the
read that
Laurel
one, John?
Story one. Yeah, I think I found it a while ago while I was searching for something, and I think Larry told me that if I'm correct, it was called the Laurel Story, and he maybe talked to the guy to say that he should publish it, and I think that's what it turned into because I
I think
remember
so.
it's
Yeah,
more.
yeah. I
Yeah.
can't think of the book's right over there, but I can't think of the author's name offhand. But I'm sure if Larry's in the chat, he can help us out with that. But it's a really interesting book. I mean, it doesn't just cover the Laurel story. I mean, it goes all the way back to the Latent Image and how they made Night of the Living Dead. I mean, it's pretty much everything all the way through. I think Day of the Dead until they kind of went their own ways. It's really interesting. Like there's bits and pieces and so full of like just interesting little tidbits and stuff. But man, it's very like academic. Like it's very like it'll tell you like, okay, so Rubenstein went with this strategy. This strategy entails this, and this is how this is, and it's just more about business side of it more so than the filmmaking aspect of it, which is interesting. But it can be a little challenging sometimes if you're not of that world, I guess.
Yeah, the one that I have, I don't know if he had tightened it up for like a public release because I think the person that wrote it as like a thesis for like some college thing. So there are like very large sections where, it'll say like Rubenstein employed this sort of strategy, and then it goes into like a whole thing that had nothing to do with like Romero or any of that stuff, and it talks about like the minutiae. Like, well, this guy said this in the 1920s about this, and I was like, well, okay, I don't really care about all that stuff, so I can just skim through it.
That's kind of how I get like when I'm reading it. I get to that point, I start to kind of skim a little bit, and I'm just like. Then I kind of my head starts spinning. I'm like, okay, I got to put it down for a second and come back to it later. But then at the same time, there's all these little nuggets of like really interesting information about like, especially, I mean, it's a really good book on the business acumen of Richard Rubenstein is a lot of it, and like the way that he got this shit done, and like the taking Laurel public and all that. Like right now I'm on the Knight Riders chapter where they're talking about they're just building up to making Knight Riders and the deal that they had with Salah Hassanin and stuff and how that was all, how that all played out. It's an interesting book, but man, it's like I said, it can get a little academic sometimes, and it can make your eyes glaze over if you're not really intensely like paying attention. But but yeah, like I said, I usually like nonfiction stuff. I'm trying to read a little bit more fiction here and there. I went to the store the other day and just started picking up just some like some of those old schlocky like crime novels that they would sell in airports in the 60s and 70s. I got Shock Treatment is one I didn't know anything about, but it looked interesting enough, and it's funny reading that. You can see, because I think that was from 1964, I think is when that book came out, but a lot of it reminded me of, or so far from where I'm at now, reminds me of Shutter Island, the Scorsese film. Like it's very similar to that. So I'm like in my brain, I'm like, did Scorsese read this book before the whole? Maybe Shutter Island was based off something else. I don't fucking know, but it's very similar to that. So that's what's connected my brain. But yeah, just what I was saying is like trying to focus more on local, like everything that affects my world. Focus on that. Tune out all the the other bullshit around, and it's I don't know. I feel I feel better doing that than trying to stay in touch and in tune with all the noise that's going on outside in the outside world. But
stay off your phone, dude. I think that's the biggest thing. Stay off your phone. Stay off social media. I know it's hard to do, but fuck, man, it's getting ridiculous. And you know how algorithms work and shit
fucking
like that. It's just
everywhere, man.
Yeah, you look at one video and the next thing you know, you're just stuck in an echo chamber of the same shit over and over again, and that's easy to go down a rabbit hole doing that shit.
It's difficult though, because I have a lot of friends and topics I use social media for, music and technology and stuff like that. And you still have to navigate all the damn weeds. You can't totally go off of it, and it's tricky. So
double-sided blade.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. Well, the worst is
hard to avoid.
The worst is like Twitter, X, like.
Oh, dude.
I don't even use that anymore.
Like,
I gave up. Yeah, I got rid of that.
I have it strictly for football. Like that's where I get a lot of my up-to-date like fantasy football news, stuff like that. But like somehow, some way, like even because there's two parts, it's just like for you and then following, and I always stay in following because for you is just like here's a video of a baby getting shot with a shotgun. And it's just like, why do I want to see this? Like, so I just stay in the for you, and that's usually just like sports writers.
Based on your
and
algorithm.
Stuff like
yeah, what are you into?
What are you Googling?
No, if you stop and watch something long enough,
that
immediately goes. It's not, you don't have to click on anything. You don't have to do anything. If you just sit on something long enough, everything else you see after that.
Same.
Oh yeah.
Instagram's the same.
So
it's tailoring what you like, everything you need, and it's all that AI stuff. It's great.
Yeah, even in my following section, though. Even in my following section, it's being inundated with just like nonsense. I'm like, dude, I don't even follow these people. Why is this showing up? Like, so yeah, I'm just trying to trying to get away from all that shit and
Yeah.
just focus
Good idea.
on just a 5-mile radius of me. What's going on 5 miles from here? If anything goes down 5 miles from here, like, all right, I'll pay attention. But
this is definitely a break from all that shit. So I really appreciate you letting us come on here, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
For sure.
Anytime, guys. Like I said, I got. It's like I said last week on the show. Like this year, I really want to focus a lot on Romero fandom, the history of Romero fandom, because I think there's something so, I don't know, different about Romero fans. It seems like yeah, there's John Carpenter fans and there's Cronenberg fans and all that, but I've never met a John Vulo for David Cronenberg. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
that's just like, I'm gonna find out everything I can fucking find out about Fast Company. You know, it's like, no, there's people that are just like, yeah. Well, I mean, even
I've never
still,
seen it.
it's you know, it's just, but like over time, like I'm like in a couple of weeks, I'm gonna have Norman England on the show. Thank you, Matt, for planting that little seed and helping me with that.
you're welcome. No problem.
I'm gonna have Norman England on the show in a couple weeks. I'm gonna have Blasey come on for Collecting the Dead. That'll be really cool. And then the week after that, I just scheduled it with Michael Felsher. I'm gonna have Felsher on for talking
awesome.
Romero
Finally.
segment. So
Wow.
Great.
and like
Yeah,
those are the
that's
people that
fucking
like
awesome.
really. Those are the people that really have always interested me because that's who I learned from. Like that's who I growing up. Like that's who I was like, oh well, if Felsher says this is cool, like I'll check that out. Like I need to find more out about this. Like Larry is one of those guys growing up. Like I'd see Lawrence DeVincent's name on shit, and I'm like, oh, that dude is like an authority and on this stuff. So I can listen to him, you know. So I just like hearing those stories.
Awesome.
Because growing up, for me, it was always like, oh, I'm like a weird freak. Like I'm the only one that like got bit by the bug. And then I meet other people like you guys that have also been bitten by the bug, and I'm just like, oh, how did you get bit? Like, I want to find out. You know?
Yeah.
Honestly, what I think it is, I think it's a snowball effect because you're kind of already into Romero and his films, but for me, you talk about Norman England and Blasey and Larry and John. I mean, to me, and not to sound corny or cheesy, but it's inspiring, is what it is.
Yeah.
It's inspiring to see people that are sort of still carrying this torch, and we just keep passing it along and along. And now you know what I mean? So I think that's really what it is. I think it's just so exciting and sort of invigorating to find other people that are into the same shit, and then just to keep seeing it build and build and build and build. And you find, I mean, there's people that are still showing up to Living Dead weekends now that, last year was their first year, and now they're starting fucking YouTube channels and they're starting blogs, and it's like, it just keeps going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's
but,
so important.
Yeah. The legacy will never die.
Yeah, it's about the legacy aspect. It's about, because like the movies will always be there, but it's like the moment that people stop talking about it, and the moment people stop, discovering these movies. Like I see people comment all the time on some of the videos or stuff. It's like, I think it was PMC Midnight Movies the other day on a comment was like, oh man, like I was always really into Dawn and Night, but like through your channel, like I've discovered a lot of Romero's other stuff, and I'm like, well, good, like that's what I want to do, like check out everything, like I hope I can inspire people to check out, Jack's Wife or Martin or Bruiser or something,
Thank you.
Something.
You have to imitate the guy in The Professional. He goes, which one should I watch? Everyone.
Right. Yeah. See them all.
Yeah.
When I was watching your last video and you had mentioned that, I really tried to think, because you're not wrong, and I always joke with people, like especially like with Eric Kent, like I'll give him a little bit of like guff, like, how did you not know this? You should know this stuff. But it's really just it's a silly thing out of respect, because like, there were so many of these people that were there before me. So I'm just trying to hold my weight, and I'm privileged that I was included in this thing. So I'm trying not to embarrass myself. But like Norman England was there we all went to the zombie farm. All these people were there, before us. Yeah. So it's not just like a thing that happened now. It's something that's always been there with George. Whether it was people from the 80s. There was also one of the guys I should try to contact is there was like some dude that had his like the George Romero fan club, I think I forgot where I saw it somewhere in like the 80s. Like, you know, like where is that stuff? You know, did they have a magazine? If there are any interviews? But in any case, I really thought about why through George's career he has this like magnetism with certain people that just fall in love with the films and everything that he does. And when I thought about it, it really revolves around one thing. It's George. I had to think about it, and I think it has to do with how George was as a person. Because you always just see his interviews, and you just like, even like now when I'm searching through YouTube or whatever, I'll be watching a bunch of things, I'll be enjoying it, and then I'll just see him laugh or say something, and I'll start to get upset. Because again, it's like, you know, all this guy, I would love to have met George and just would not have wanted to talk to anything about Dawn or anything. It was just like, hey, George, how's it going? How you feeling? And, you know, what music have you been listening to? Because it's not like there's this not this separation of like he's there and we're here. It's like it's just the same thing with Alan Holdsworth. Alan Holdsworth was this unbelievable guitar player that after he would play this unbelievable set with all this unbelievable, you know, guitar playing, where you just like, this guy is like a guitar playing god. He would just go down and sit next to you at the bar. You know, that was great, Alan. That was okay. And you would just strike this conversation up like about anything. And he was just so humble.
Yeah, the humbleness of, because George was like humility. That too. George was just like, what are you talking about? Like, I didn't do nothing.
Right.
I think that really. You can finish. I'm talking.
No, it's fine. I was watching the Guillermo del Toro interview again tonight before the show, and just how humble George was, and just the humility that he expressed, and just like, oh, you know, he's just being showered with all this love and affection, and George is like, oh, shut up. You know, it's just amazing to see that, and he was.
I love it. Yeah.
He just seemed like it's an accessibility thing too. Like he just seemed like he would have been approachable, and that's a piece of it also. And the same thing with, like, you know, the same people we talked about before, they sort of embody that, like Eric and Matt and you guys are approachable, and it's like you see Larry and all these special features and Matt Blasey on YouTube videos, and it's like, holy shit, I've been watching these guys for years. And, you know,
and
they're
now we're
walking
friends
up
with
to me and introducing themselves. Right. They're like, hey, like I said, Larry, the first time I ever went to the mall, I just see this shape running at me. And I'm like, oh, fuck, what is this? And I look over and it's Larry. And he just reaches out and shakes my hand. I'm like, dude, I just saw you on the fucking crazy special features. Like, you know, it's just this weird thing where, like,
it's awesome.
It's just like, you know, how everyone is so approachable and accessible. And it's just like, you just want to keep that going. And like you said, John, I think it all comes back to George, because that's how George was.
Yeah, and it really endears yourself to him. And it's a great thing that you brought up that interview, because I've watched it a few times, and it's like, it makes me happy, because I'm glad that, like, if I said that to George, it doesn't really mean anything, because I'm not a film director. You know what I mean? I haven't been in the trenches with him with those things. So I'm glad that someone like as respected as Guillermo is, told George these things that we all believe, but he needed to hear from somebody like one of his peers. So it's like, and it was filmed a year before he died. Yeah, and of course George is being very humble, but it's like, it was the same thing with Alan too. There's so many interesting parallels between the two, where it's like, they don't want to believe that they've done all this stuff, because maybe to them it just came so easy. They didn't have to put that much work into it. So I just wrote the script, and, you know, but for someone at their level to tell them that's been there, you know, that makes me feel good that that's on camera. And also Guillermo del Toro knew George's stuff. It wasn't like, I just knew Night and Dawn, and that's it. He knew stuff about Monkey Shines. You know, he knew all the deep cut stuff. And I was so happy that someone did that, let's say, for me to George. He deserved it in a way.
Just kind of sat George down and just shook him. It was just like, stop.
Well, especially at the end, he was like, no, this is like, no, whether you agree or not, you've earned these things, you know. And that was, you know, and he's now in my, like I always have respect for the guy. You know, there are certain people that do things for other people that all of a sudden they're like, they can do no wrong in my book, you know, because they did this thing that, like, I wish I could have done, you know. So I'm glad that he and also like thank you for including me with all this kind of stuff. Another thing that says, we're all friends. We're all working towards the same goal. There's no need to be snotty about X, Y, and Z because there's so many things that I know that maybe someone else doesn't know. But there's also so many things that other people don't know that I don't. Like when I was going to Hal Priori's thing, his wife Bonnie was a makeup artist in all of like a lot of early George films, and she has all of these makeup continuity photos from Creepshow. And from Day of the Dead, which is a fantastic. And there's behind the scenes crew people. I'm going like, this is fantastic. I know some of these people, but I wish like Larry was here because Larry would know some of these people better. We fill in each other's gaps. You know what I mean? So we all can't know everything. I have my own sort of frame where I know a lot about one specific thing. My job was, if they're going to trust me to be the Image 10 researcher, I should also expand that a little bit to what came before, and also that little, gray period that comes after Night till about Martin. All the stuff in there. I should know that stuff because I don't know anyone that really knows that stuff very strong. But I don't know everything about Day of the Dead. I don't know everything about Monkey Shines.
Dude, I gotta say, I watched the whole goddamn thing the other day. Your DeWolf cues for Season of the Witch, Jack's wife. I was like, this is brilliant. Like I had
that was awesome.
Like, this is fucking good shit. But that's the awesome thing about it too. About like, I feel like I'm always learning something new, always, whether it's through you or Larry or Felcher, anybody. It's always like there's always something new to learn about the films, about the process of making the films, and that always keeps it fresh and always keeps it. It's because it's like if you just watch a movie to watch a movie. I mean, how many times can you watch a movie to watch a movie? But when you're watching it and now you know the backstory of this scene, and now like, oh, this happened here, or oh, that's so and so. Like when I watch Night of the Living Dead now, it's like, oh, I know who that is because of the work that you've done. I'm like, oh, I know that guy. I've seen him. So I think that's the thing too. It's like it helps keep everything fresh and exciting. And we're talking about 50, 60-year-old movies at this point, and it's like, geez, there's how much more is there to know? And it's just like, oh, there's a lot more to know. Like there's a lot to learn.
I mean, I've heard the Day of the Dead soundtrack is actually really good.
It is.
John, what do you think? What do you think about that?
Speaking of, I did want to show off a couple of things that would be kind of appropriate. So I know a couple of you guys are big fans of this group, but hold on, let me get Michelle back in here. She's just gonna be popping in and out throughout the night, I think. Are you okay? There you go, Queen of Technical Difficulties. I think that.
I added a tag for this one. Jesus Christ.
So I went and picked up a couple of records today, a couple of albums, just out and about. And Synth, I know you're a big Tangerine Dream fan. I know Paul, you're a big Tangerine Dream fan.
Oh yeah.
I picked up Tangerine Dream Stratosphere.
Nice,
today.
It's so good.
Now, I gotta say, I've never been the biggest Tangerine Dream fan, just because I've never been super familiar with their work. Matt, are you into Tangerine Dream at all? I know you're not a Goblin guy, but what about Tangerine? No. I haven't either. So I picked this up but the other night I was watching for the first time. I was watching William Friedkin's Sorcerer for the first time.
I just watched it for the first time the other day too, by the way, after you.
Yes.
Yeah, I was watching it, and
so damn good.
And I kept hearing this music, and I was like, man, that music's fucking kick ass. And the only problem I had, it wasn't in the movie enough. I was like, we need more of this. And I was like, wait a minute, this sounds so familiar. Like I've heard this before, and I'm thinking like, oh, Tangerine Dream, Thief, and Firestarter.
Firestarter.
I'm just like,
Risky Business,
okay.
One of the best movie soundtracks. Risky Business.
Oh yeah.
So I picked this up. Is this a good one? I assume. This is the first one I bought. I'm gonna start trying to get into it.
That's one of their first really structured albums. It's not just kind of driving ostinatos of stuff, arpeggios, looping, and all kinds of weird effects and stuff like that. It actually has more structure to it. There's some guitars
and movement. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna give it a shot because I mean I dug the fucking Sorcerer soundtrack so much. I was like, every time that the music would start, I'd be like, this is great. I like this. So
I'll send you a playlist of some of their really good stuff. So
Stratosphere is also 76, just like Sorcerer. So
yeah. Okay, so perfect then. I picked the right year then. Vulo, are you a Tangerine Dream guy at all? Is this your?
Yeah, I know a little bit of. Actually, I think they did. Not that they did, but I think their music was used in Master of the Flying Guillotine, which is just some like crazy weird kung fu movie that I remember.
I don't remember that.
That sounds like it.
Yeah, but
I would be surprised if that wasn't some wacky kung fu movie, actually.
Yeah, and I remember when I first watched. I mean, I didn't know any better at the time because I know that the swastika is used as like a peace symbol or something like
a religious symbol.
Yeah, it's like marked as a temple.
Yeah. It's a Buddhist. It's an old Buddhist symbol.
Yeah,
but turned the other way, not the way the Nazis did it.
Yeah, so I turned on the TV at my friend's house. This was in the early 2000s, and all I saw was a guy, and he was on top of this huge like a not a building. It was like a almost like a set. Like there was an outdoor kung fu tournament, and then there was like a set, and a guy just appeared on it, and he had I thought was a swastika on it, and he threw this thing, and this guy had one arm, and he ripped the guy's head off. I mean, that was literally the first scene that I saw, and I called up my friend Ryan. I said, "I just saw one of the coolest movies of all time."
That that's great.
That's all you need to hear. Like, this is the best movie I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's called Master of the Flying Guillotine because I was like, "I got the swastika on," and I was like, "What is this?" And the music for it is a combination of some of that like krautrock, like the electronic stuff, and I think it uses Tangerine Dream. So I mean, that's about all. And I think they used it a lot because it was a Shaw Brothers movie. And I think they also used a lot of DeWolf. So I think like once something is like a hit, they kind of reuse some of that stuff, that formula. So I think Tangerine Dream might have done, or they might have had their music ripped off to be used, like without license for some of that stuff.
I'm sure.
Well, I know that's what they did with the Night 90
Yeah, they put on a lot of there.
They had some Tangerine Dream on that too. So
like half of it was Tangerine Dream.
That was some Sorcerer stuff.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's why I like that work print version a lot better than the actual version.
Yeah, Sorcerer is such a good fucking movie.
It's funny. I remember
I'll say like Sorcerer. I'll say like Sorcerer to me as like the first half of the movie. Like I'm just like, God, I don't know. Like these people have been banished to this shithole like country or whatever to quote our president. This like shitty area. And I was like, I don't understand why or really what's going on. I was a little dull, but then like once the movie started rolling, literally, I was like, holy shit, this is fucking badass. Like this is
it's like a crucible. They dump all these guys in there, all this stress, all this stuff, and all this cool stuff happens out of it. So
yeah, it's like a video game. It's like every stage gets harder and harder. They got to get this fucking truck across the jungle and all this. I'm just like
the bridge scene. Oh my god!
I will say
thing with the big trunk where they had to explode the trunk, that was insane.
Yeah. That's the bridge scene was fucking amazing. I don't know how the hell they pulled that off like they did. But I will say the other William Friedkin movie that I saw recently that I hated almost every goddamn second of was, and everybody always talks about this movie, so I thought I'd like it. But To Live and Die in L.A.
Not even the freeway scene.
Oh, I loved it.
Oh my god,
I liked it better than Sorcerer.
It's the dumbest characters I've ever seen, and it's an
80s movie, right? So I mean,
no, but I mean it's like dumb and like, oh, this is like Naked Gun, but it's not supposed to be a joke. Like it's like the dude gets shot and killed, like while the two cops are like watching from a building across the road, but both of the cops have fallen asleep. It's just like, oh well, and it's just like every decision that those cops make is like a horrible, stupid decision.
But you gotta love the Wang Chung soundtrack going with the visuals.
The soundtrack was awesome. I'll say that was my favorite part of it. And Willem Dafoe is fucking badass in that movie. But other than that, like I was watching that movie, I was just like, I hope these cops die. Like they're the stupidest. Like
well, at least one of them does. Spoiler alert. So
well, now I can't watch it.
Didn't say which one, but one of them does.
The other one I picked up, it's a Romero alum, by the way. A guy who's in a Romero movie. Actually, no, it's the other guy. The Romero alum lives. Anyway, the other one I picked up though, I got this. I'm not a huge fan of the movie. I have the movie. I've seen the movie. I'm not a big fan of it, but I picked it up just because it's sealed and it's a Maurice Sarabande release from back in the day.
Sorry.
And what?
Hi, Katie.
Who's Katie? Is this Katie?
Freebird 6969 just came on. Yeah.
Sorry.
She's at work right now. I said, hey, there's a live stream going on. She said,
there's
"I
a
will
16
be.
millimeter
My name will be
sorcerer.
Freebird 6969 if I join in." So, yeah, she actually did create a.
There you go. Hi, Katie.
Anyway, sorry.
Anyway, the other thing I got, and just because I immediately thought of Tom Savini, and I thought maybe at Living Good Weekend this year, maybe I'll gift it to Tom Savini and maybe hope for a positive experience with Tom. I got the original soundtrack for Man of a Thousand Faces with James Cagney.
Ooh, nice.
I wonder if he has that or not, or if he will just look at it and be like, "Oh, here's some more junk that I don't need. Thanks, buddy. Fuck off."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's what I thought. I was
Next.
like, I don't really care about this, but it's sealed. I mean, it's in great condition. And I know he loves that movie, so I was like, maybe that'd be my way into like a good.
Give it to him in the hallway, not at the table. That's always the best thing. So.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, I found this today for $10. So I was like, all right, I'll
nice.
Believe it or not, I don't think I've ever spoken to Tom.
Really?
They're his will, apparently.
He's just like always, been around, but he's not really. I know a bunch of people that are friends with him, but actually, I was curious. I wanted to ask my friend. Well, we all know Dave Burrian because he knows him pretty well. I'll try to keep it a little top secret, but I was curious if George had mentioned something about Night that he never said publicly, that he might have said, privately to Tom.
All his comments, like every time it's Michelle keeps disappearing. The Scottish forces. Where did the last go? Top right. That's the theme for tonight. She's gonna pop in and out.
Pop in and out.
That's
I like your tag, the Queen of Technical Difficulties.
Well, it was either going to be that or the Queen of Michelle and special guest Cinnamon, who just keeps jumping on my lap because I don't usually sit here, and she's like, "Well, hello."
I thought this stream had an abundance of cat ass going on tonight.
Right? I keep pulling her tail down.
I was like, Felcher's not going to be on until a few weeks from now. His cats are always like jumping up. Like anytime you watch him on a stream or something, his cats are always like scrolling by, or jumping in his lap, or hanging on his shoulder. So I guess I'm preparing for that now. But,
best is when you get a tail that just sits there and kind of waves in someone's face.
That's what she was trying to do, and I kept pulling it down and pulling it down.
But yeah, like I don't know, man. Like I've the best experience I've had with Savini was in the lobby of the DoubleTree that one time when he accidentally bumped into me and was just like, "Oh, excuse me. Oh, hey, are you going to the show?" Like, and I was like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "Wow, Savini was actually really nice." And then I went to talk to him at the show at his table, and he was just like, "Yeah, whatever." Like, like, oh, okay.
It's the weirdest thing.
I thought we were friends.
Yeah. He has modes.
He's just got a strange temperament. I don't know. It's, and I know he means well. I know he does. I know he does.
He invites people to his house. Like
that's what I'm saying. Like it's just such a weird contrast to the dude you see away from the table. Like when he's at his table, it's like a light switch. I don't know what happens.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. But I don't know. I'm gonna try to. I don't know. I don't know if I'll do it or not. But I don't know. I'll see. I'll see if it will warm the cockles of his heart.
Yeah.
But speaking
maybe
of
the subcockle area.
Yeah, I'll massage the cockle area and see what I can.
Okay.
See what happens.
Hey, you bring a record, and I will bring the little Caesar's pizza box for Marty's ship.
There you go.
Did you know that, John? I don't know if you the Little Caesars commercial from 1990, I think, with Marty.
Very ship.
Do what?
Marty Ship is in? He's in a
he's a Little Caesars commercial. That's a good one.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah.
So Paul's gonna bring a Little Caesars box to have him sign.
I think he would get a kick out of it. He's the one who sent it to me. He would get a kick out of it.
You should get him some X-ray glasses to sign. Like in Creep Show, he goes, X-ray glasses.
It'll make your eyes.
Yeah.
But speaking of Living Dead weekend, we got, like I said, about 6 months away from Living Dead weekend. I don't know if you guys saw in last week's stream. Larry kind of let a little bit of one of the guest scoops out. Apparently, Mike Christopher looks like he's going to be able to make it this year. I've never met Mike Christopher, so that's exciting.
I was wondering he just went to Weekend of the Dead, so I was kind of wondering if maybe he would be able to come.
Yeah, I think maybe that warmed him back up to the idea of doing these things. But so I'm looking forward to that if they do get him. But I was just kind of brainstorming and shit last week, just talking talking about different guests and stuff that screening and all that you'd possibly like to see this year in June. So I want to throw it around to the round table here. We'll start with Paul. Any guests that you are hoping to possibly be there this year, or a screening idea? Because they did Dawn of the Dead in October, so I don't know if they're going to be able to do it again in June. Doesn't sound like they will, but what's your Living Dead weekend wish list, Paul?
I mean, I'll just do how about 3 off the top of my head? I mean, in no particular order. I mean, John Harrison, come on, that's a given. Needs no introduction. Tommy Lafitte would be pretty awesome. I mean, the first biting zombie in Dawn, iconic, and he's done a lot of stuff since. He's in that, he's in that, what do you call that realm? Legendary, Pittsburgh, Romero family.
Oh yeah.
And Jim Baffico, whatever.
I think everybody is we got to get Baffico there.
So awesome.
And I know that they've tried in the past, and I know that they're trying again this year. But Jim, for some reasons, just
Zilla Clinton would be really awesome.
Zilla would be great. Yeah,
fucking awesome.
Now, I forget who. I don't know. Maybe it was you, Michelle, or somebody mentioned that Zilla wasn't doing too great these days. Or was that somebody else?
Hear that. I think I did hear that.
So,
shit.
Yeah. Would love because she was like, when you think of Zilla Clinton, she's not like your Mike Gornick or somebody big like that everybody knows attached to George in terms of like behind the camera. But Zilla was. I mean, we saw
she was a go-getter.
Yeah, and
she did a lot.
Very instrumental in a lot of George's work around that time. We saw when we were at the Romero archive. Actually, I think they had something there that was like some paperwork or something.
Was it the lease, or she was the second on something? What were we looking? Yeah, was it the lease for his the lease for his apartment or something? Or?
Yeah, and it was like a next of kin or something like that. So it was like Christine was the first name.
Contract or something. Yeah, or emergency contact.
Okay.
Was number 2.
Christine was the first name on it, and the second name was Zilla Clinton, which was like, I was like, wow, okay. And this was, I mean, and I know that when I had George Dimick on, we were talking about Graveyard Shift. She was instrumental in getting Graveyard Shift up and going. Like that's how Tom Savini almost got the job to direct. So like Zilla was like she's like that one. Like I mostly knew her from the Dead Walk documentary that from Dawn of the Dead that Anchor Bay did back in the day. Like I remember seeing her there and like always hearing her talking. I was like, I love, she seems like she has a lot of knowledge and experience from Dawn of the Dead, but I had no idea she was so involved outside of that until years later. So yeah, she would be a fantastic get. Like she'd be like in that realm of like the Nick Mastandrea, John Rice, Tom Dubinsky, like those guys that have were there almost every day. I mean, she was the production manager or whatever on Dawn of the Dead. Like she was there for everything.
Like key stuff in Dawn would not have happened without her. To like get it and supply stuff.
Oh yeah, because she tells the story in that the documentary about getting the National Guard,
the Scirocco.
The Scirocco, yeah. So yeah, she would be great. I like I said, I don't know how she's doing these days, but and of course she was married to Pat Buba, so
Oh really?
Yeah. So she'd be a great get. I mean, yeah, Baffico for sure. What about you, Michelle? You got a wish list, or
I have a wish list like this long, but my top Nikki Mastandrea, absolutely number one would be. I would have so many. I'd be like, let me just get my card of things I need you to sign. Nick Mastandrea would be number one. Donald
Love you too, Scottish Shores. Donald would be a good one. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he would be great. I'd love to get him there, and Harrison would be rounded up my top 3, but Jim Baffico for sure. Greg Besnak, I'd really love
Yeah.
to see him. He's in my top right up there. Greg Funk probably would probably be number 4, really. Greg Funk.
Wow.
So
yeah.
I
didn't even think about Besnak, but yeah, that'd be a good one. I mean, Night Riders, Midnight. I mean, he's
Dawn of the Dead.
Dawn of the Dead. Yeah, he's up there. The guy that I would have loved to have met, he's no longer with us, unfortunately. But I don't know if you guys saw the Tony Booba documentary on Gary Peabody, who, of course, is the zombie that's missing the foot in the apartment complex.
Yes.
Yeah.
What it's like a short documentary that Tony put together on his life, because he was a local in Braddock. And he had, I mean, I think the story is like he fell out of a building or something when he was younger, and he was all like, that's how he lost his foot and was, but he was like he was like that local guy in Braddock that everybody knew and would go to all these different places and stuff in the documentary. That would have been, I mean, because he's the first zombie you see in Dawn of the Dead, and he's an iconic zombie in Dawn of the Dead.
That's true.
That would have been a good one. I would have loved to have heard like some of his stories, or just asked him about like growing up in Braddock and because I mean just the experience that he had. I mean, he just seemed like such an interesting guy in that documentary, which Tony Booba's like has this magical way of making everybody seem like the most interesting guy in the world. It's like you watch his documentaries and it's just like, wow, Braddock must be filled with just like the wildest, most interesting people ever. But it's just Tony's filmmaking and the way he could bring that out of people and present the, Sweet Sal and J. Roy and those types. So he would be on my list too. But what about you, Synth? You got anybody that you're just like dying to meet that you would hope for?
Well, since Alexis Dubin won't show up,
she may be there. I
would say, I don't know.
She'll be there.
As far as I know about the show, she'll be there. But it'd be nice though. But I would go France and Reiniger. I've never met Reiniger. So.
Okay, Richard France is like really, really nice. Like I think Matt, you had a great experience with them. I had a really great experience with them.
He's super nice.
I always had this like standoffish vibe because I remember hearing on WGN radio back in the day with Blasey and Eric Kent when Larry was on. He was talking about trying to get Richard France to a Living Dead Weekend for the first time, and he was like, oh yeah, and he was just very like standoffish and was like, yeah, I'm not really interested, like just seemed like a guy that really wasn't interested in his work or whatever in Dawn of the Dead or the Crazies or anything, didn't think much of it. So I always had this like idea in my head that like Richard France maybe would just be a little, standoffish. But when you meet him, it's like the complete opposite. He's just like the sweetest, like nicest guy in the world. It's just so like, welcoming and thankful that anybody is happy to meet him type of guy. So yeah, France would be a good one.
His characters are great and they're similar. He's kind of like, it seemed to me like a Nicholson guy where he's kind of like his characters. But since I've never met him, I wouldn't know. So. He's
very. He's still got that voice too. He's still got that. You can hear him talk down the hall. You hear, oh, that is Richard France. So yeah, that's a good one. What about you, John? You got anybody on that you would love to talk to, love to beat that would show up?
Yeah, but since I'm not like in the autograph sort of realm, mine's a bit different. But go to Matt first. I'll go at the end.
Okay. Okay, Matt.
Baffico would definitely be a huge one for me. Rubenstein, when I met Harrison, I got him to sign a bunch of my day shit, like soundtracks. I got a little 7-inch. I think he signed my original 12-inch and my day poster, but I didn't get him on anything Dawn. So I think I'd like to get him on my Dawn poster. Probably some of the peripheral zombies. I mean, I still got a lot of space. You see some people shit like Eric Kent. He's got stuff that's just, you can't even see the fucking
it's like barely a poster anymore. It's just a big ink blot,
Yeah, but I think a huge one, which I don't think would ever happen. I mean, I don't know, fingers crossed, but fucking Argento would be amazing.
That was mine. Yeah, because that was my like, we were just brainstorming last week. Like I was just sitting here just thinking like, if they could get, and Larry mentioned last week in the chat, he was like, he has reached out to Azia to see if her and Dario would be interested in attending this year. He hasn't heard back yet, but it's not a no, so it's still possible. But I was just thinking like, man, if you could get Dario, and if Rubenstein's not going to let them screen Dawn again, get the fucking Argento cut. There's a lot of people that still haven't seen that. Screen the Argento cut. Fucking bring Dario in as the big guest. I mean, that to me, if Living Dead Weekend were able to get Dario Argento as like their big headliner, that would set them over the top, and they would be the biggest, in my opinion. I think they might be one of the biggest like cons of the year, that like people would come out of the woodwork to like and I would,
if I Goblin, that could push them over the edge. There's so much Goblin in that. So
well, dude, get Claudio, shit.
Yeah,
or bring the whole band, have them play the Friday night after the screening, have them set up in the fucking the court, the Romero court, fucking play.
In the mall.
I don't know about the acoustics. I don't know how that would work, but
man, that'd be awesome.
That
would be really fucking awesome.
That's the dream. I don't know if Dario would be even interested in traveling overseas to do. I don't know. I haven't seen him do a convention. He used to back in the day, but I haven't seen him do a convention in the U.S. in years.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, he probably doesn't need the money, but I mean, it would be a fucking fat payday for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So,
I mean, Jesus
for all parties
Christ.
Involved.
Oh yeah, take.
Oh yeah.
Whatever you need to charge, because that's the one guy on my like. Because what John was saying a minute ago, it's like I'm at a point now where I've pretty much like outside of like some of the guys we've mentioned tonight, like I've pretty much gotten everybody that I want to meet. And when it comes to like big names, like you go to a convention, you see like, your John Carpenters or, the bigger names like that. It's like, yeah, I'd love to meet them, but I don't want to pay those big convention prices just for an autograph or whatever. But Dario is is like the last guy that I can really think of that's just like, okay, name the price and I'm there. Like I just, because he was
I'm with you.
At that Texas Frightmare in 2008 that I went to, my first convention. He was originally scheduled to be there. It was originally George, Dario, and Malcolm McDowell were the big three headliners that year. And then Dario eventually dropped out. Dario had to drop out, and they replaced him with fucking Elvira. And I was like, oh, fuck, who cares?
God.
that was the one I posted the video about, right?
Yes. The 40th anniversary screening of Night. Yeah. Yeah, it was dude, it was an amazing experience being there, literally sitting right next to Tom Savini as Savini's sitting there watching Night of the Living Dead. And it was like an old gritty, like 35 millimeter print of Night too. So it just had this vibe in the theater. Like George was there. The whole cast was there. I mean, this was when, Heinzman was still alive. Kasana was there. They were all of them were there except for all the living members, except for Marilyn Eastman had to back out last minute. So I never got to meet her either, which is unfortunate. But yeah, just sitting there right next, and Tom Savini's literally sitting in the theater right next to me, just like popping popcorn. And here I am, this like 19-year-old kid who's just like, I'm surrounded by my heroes watching one of my all-time favorite movies on this screen. And there's George over there sitting there, which George didn't stick around long. He watched like 5 minutes of the film and then like got up and snuck out. It's like, because George hated fucking watching Night of the Living Dead because all he could see is like, the flaws and shit. But yeah, it was amazing. But yeah, Dario was originally supposed to be there and he had to back out. I've never had the chance to meet him since. So yeah, that would be. So yeah, get Dario, Larry, whatever you gotta do. Get Dario there, screen the Argento.
I mean, all these guys getting old. I mean, not everyone's Tom Atkins, right? Like it says Richard Francis 87. So I don't know how much, he wants to travel that much. So.
I think Richard Francis was older. I think he was born. First of all, his birthday somewhere was incorrect, and I had to, correct it. I think it was right on Wikipedia. I think
was it wrong?
I think he was born in 30. Whatever I have on the Image 10 website is correct. I think he was born. I'm gonna throw the Hail Mary here. I'm gonna say May 5th, 1936. Now I gotta see if I was right.
That's
May 5th, 1938. Is that wrong?
It's a very specific Hail Mary.
What was that? May 36 and May 26 and raise you 27.
let me see on the Image 10 website because that's where I put the final stamp on it. Actually, May 5th, 1936.
Yeah, Larry, I've heard that too. That Dario has been the best of health the last couple of years because you're a genius.
No, it's just stuck in my head that something else could occupy that space in there. I didn't want to memorize his birthday. I just, for some reason, remembered it.
Larry also mentioned here he keeps working on getting Nick Mastandry. I've been trying for years. Very friendly with him. He has yet to commit. So
I'll cross my labia.
Yeah, but Nikki is like.
Oh, Hulu hasn't heard that one yet. I don't think. The other guys I hear it every.
That's a new one for John, I think.
Yeah,
that would be so amazing because
that was the time.
His sister is
he has the best headshot in Dawn, so he's
His sister is Bonnie Heinzman.
Yeah,
and he started like when did he start? He started like during the Winners.
Right, yeah.
So like all that stuff, like the early Leighton stuff. That I didn't say the early Leighton stuff. The end of Leighton sort
early
of early
Laurel stuff, really.
stuff. There's not that many people that were there that would know that stuff.
Yeah.
So he would be great for me to pick his brain about just that
he's
early
like,
stuff.
He's like right there because he was in that crew with John Rice and Gornick and Dubinsky. Like they were like the guys that were always there. And of course Nick went on to go to Hollywood and work on everything under the sun. I mean, he was like Wes Craven's right hand guy for a while there, working out in LA. So I mean, that dude's full of stories, and you could promote him to as worked on so much different shit. That would be a great get. And then
actually, I think Nick started on the amusement park, and I think he's in it. I think he plays one of the train conductors.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
So,
we're talking what 73, 74 on that?
Yeah, I remember I said a while ago that it came before Jack's Wife because I read it somewhere, and it turned out to be wrong. It was filmed in late August, early September 1973.
Yeah, because I think that was like one of the first things that that Rubenstein was credited on, was the amusement park. So I knew it was somewhere Crazy's era, somewhere around that era. But yeah, Nick would be a great get. Just another another guy that you can ask so much about that was there that may have a different memory or a different recollection of what happened than so and so. Like the one goddamn question I need answered. So at some point, the girl at the very beginning of Dawn of the Dead that's sitting next to Galen, and she says, "I'm still dreaming." Who is that?
Nobody knows. I've asked so many people.
Nobody knows. I've asked Galen.
It's Susanna Sparrow.
I'm just going to chalk it up as that at this point because I've asked
my Susanna Sparrow t-shirt.
I asked
just
John
so you
Rice, like nobody could give me. They're like, I don't remember. I have no idea. The only remote answer that maybe somebody that kind of knew was
John Amplis is a casting guy in Dawn. He should have known, right? I asked him and he didn't know. So
right, exactly.
Well, I think John Amplis's casting mostly was like trying to find the zombies. I don't like the actual casting. It was pretty much done by I think Christine and George, and I think also early on it was John Rice, and then he moved to continuity, if I remember correctly. But there were a lot of people from what I remember just worked there, and I think she might have been just one of the people that just worked there.
Well, the only remote answer, like I said, that I've kind of gotten, I forget who told me this, but maybe it was somebody who knew Molly McCloskey, that maybe worked with her on
worked on her show. Yeah.
But outside of that, I've never gotten. Everybody's just like, I have no recollection.
Well, she almost looks like a kid. She's really young.
So I don't know. Reps, Molly, so I see if I can get him to ask.
Okay. Yeah.
I've met her. You've met.
What's her show? The Electric Company. Is that what she was on?
No.
Romper Room. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Romper was a regional show, and she had her regional. Yeah.
I've met Molly, but I've never. I didn't ask her about that at the time. It was just kind of it wasn't the first thing on my mind. It's just like, okay, who is that girl?
They had a West Coast Romper Room. There's a different different character, and so Miss Molly was the one on the East Coast. So.
Right. Yeah.
That's the one we had. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, there's a ton of guests I'd love to, because I mean, it is the last Dawn reunion at the Monroeville Mall. Like this is it. Like this is gonna be the last time for a lot of these people. This is the last time we're probably gonna be able to see them. A lot of because I mean, it's not like I don't know. Larry said that there's going to be more. There's going to be more Living Dead weekends at the mall, but this is going to be like the big Dawn reunion for all of these people. So, yeah, this is like the last ditch effort. And if they can't get Dario, I mean, that's totally understandable. I think one of the last. I don't know. Did you guys have any of you guys seen that movie that he did? It was direct. I forget the name of the director, but it was the guy that did Irreversible, I think. But it just came out a couple of years ago called Vortex. It actually starred Dario Argento.
It's a Gaspar Noé movie, right?
Gaspar Noé, yeah, starring Dario Argento and it's like this really. I mean, it's the guy that made Irreversible, so it's a really depressing fucking movie about this old couple that the wife is starting to suffer from dementia, and Dario plays the husband who's trying to navigate life with a wife that's going through dementia, and he's like trying to, it's a rough watch, but man, Dario is really, really good in it. Like I was shocked. Like you kind of forget you're watching Dario Dario Argento. He's just like this character in this movie. You kind of get lost in it. That's kind of like the last real thing that I saw Dario do. But let me find the comment here from Grande. My boy Grande says Dario came to New York City in 2022, went to a Q&A and several screenings of his films. Seemed like the sweetest guy. It was surreal. Yeah, that's. Wow. I'm so jealous about that. So yeah, that's probably one of the last times I remember that he probably has been to the States is probably 2022, I would think. I haven't heard anything else, especially not convention-wise or anything.
Yeah.
Larry said the one problem with Nick Mastandria is that he's always working on TV shows and movies, still always busy. Yeah, that's understandable too. Because Grande talking about Nick directed a really awful movie called The Breed. I want to ask him about. Michelle Rodriguez was randomly in it. Yeah, let's bring up the Breed. Larry liked it, I guess, but but yeah, I mean, what about screenings? Are there any ideas for like a screening that you guys would love to see?
Well, I know Paul and I would love to see Dawn. I know we missed that one in October.
Yeah.
So that would be mine, and it would make sense being the last big Dawn reunion at the mall. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But that would be my dream, and I'm so jealous that you guys got that fucking awesome Ken Foray monologue at the beginning. And I saw the YouTube
so
video.
touching.
I saw Sense video and a couple other videos.
Yeah, I did get the opening of Dawn with the big scream when it started right after Ken stopped talking. That was cool. So
yeah.
That was Sid's first time seeing it on the big screen.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It could be any
better. That was my first time seeing the big screen. Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect, baby. Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I would love. I hope they do. I mean, it would make total sense. But just from what, just from talking to Larry and hearing the whole, the Richard Rubenstein aspect of it. Apparently, Richard doesn't let people screen them Dawn of the Dead that close together, basically. So if they showed it in October, he's not gonna let them show it in June. They usually wait a couple of years at least. So
that's what he said in the opening when they played it. He said this will be the last time they play it there. They won't be able to get it.
Yeah, I think Kevin did.
Got to make one exception. Have a little heart. Come on, Richard.
Yeah.
Well, you're asking
Richard Rubenstein. You're asking Richard Rubenstein to have a little heart, Paul.
I know that's a very tall order. Yeah.
Well, Mike, you brought up a good point about potentially screening the Argento cut because of the licensing is different. So I don't know if that's a possibility. That would be cool.
That would be awesome too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the same, but it would be Dawn, some form of fashion. So.
In the mall.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Matt, that'd be kind of like kissing your sister or something. Wouldn't it be like, it's a kiss, but
yeah, it's close enough, right?
Well, why not show the 3D one? I didn't get a chance to see the 3D
she's
one.
Really
you
hot,
could show that one.
The 3D one. I mean, Richard might be.
I saw the 3D one
more so than letting them screen.
Yeah.
Or just I would love to see the director's cut or something. But who knows?
Oh man, it'd be fucking badass if they busted out the black and white Martin. I don't think it'll happen, but fuck, that would be rad.
That would be
me
amazing.
and me and John were going back and forth in the comments the other day about that.
Yeah, because at last Living Dead weekend, I was talking to one of the Garf people because I was showing something to Chris Stravakis, and he sat next to me, and I was showing him what I was showing Chris, and he like follows me on Instagram or whatever, but like it's one of those things. I usually don't like superficial follows. I like to actually know the people that I'm talking to. So I'd never really talked to him. So I had a good conversation with him there, and I basically was like, "What's up with this thing? This makes no sense." I told him the Amplis story or whatever, and that's pretty much what he relayed to me. Was like, in Richard's mind, a public screening is like more than one person. So like, if you have two people and from what I remember, it was like we're not happy with that, but like these are the rules that we have to follow. So like, I guess they're trying to do it the official way, but and like I said, I'm pretty sure that they're optimistic about the future of that print and what is going to happen with it. They just have to basically just give it time.
Are they optimistic? Are they optimistic about a future post Richard Rubenstein, or optimistic that he will eventually come around, or did they really?
I think it's
specify
the obvious answer.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought you were. That's what I thought you were kind of hitting at there, buddy.
Yeah, because they were trying to sort of say it without saying, but it was nice to know that they're like on our side in a way.
Yeah,
we're just like, listen, we're not thrilled with this, but this is just because he told me like the story and stuff, and I said, I know that you're not going to BS me because you have no reason to, but I basically was upfront like, why are these things? Why is this? What's the deal with this story? So I guess they're trying to do it in a more official way. They're like, we're not trying to figure him out. We're just trying to, abide by his rules, as obscene as or bizarre as they may be. So, so then he was also my good side, because I had an interesting conversation with him like earlier about another George property, and I went to Eric and I went, is he BSing me? Because like I don't want to get into it, but he seemed like he.
Don't want to bring it up, John. Come on.
It seemed like he knew things that eventually I realized he didn't know, and I was like, why would he lie to me? But after talking to a couple people, I was like, all right, I understand it. He's on my good side now. I'll leave it at that. But I usually don't like that type of attitude with people, because I was talking to him about certain things thinking that he already knew it. Like, oh, you already knew this stuff. Oh, then why did I do all this work trying to do this? And then I think it turned out afterwards that he didn't know what I was talking about. I was like, why just look at me like I'm an idiot? Just yeah. So but that's water under the bridge. He's on my good side now, because again he gave me the good information about what's going on with the black and white Martin print, and sort of that. I think he also
my whole thing is like sorry to interrupt, but like my whole thing is like, so the actual print itself, we know who bought that. I mean, I think we're all pretty much in the know about who actually bought the print itself.
Thank you for that person that bought it, because there's a possibility they're watching. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm forever grateful for that. So the person that actually bought the actual print itself, like how is it possible? Like if they decided that person specifically, even, or Garf, whoever, maybe not even Garf, whatever, somebody wanted to screen that movie privately or for educational purposes, non-profit, like, no, we're not charging, we're gonna get together and watch it. How does Rubenstein have any say in that? Like, I don't understand that.
Yeah,
like,
I
how would he even
brought that up? I just think it's a file. Why do you even have to contact him? How would he even know? But I think they're trying to be there. From what, it's more than just the Martin print. It's the relationship that they want to have with Rubenstein, because they told me like they also don't have any of his records at the archive, and they wanted them, and he wanted more money than everybody else combined for it. So they feel that
Sounds
they
right.
want those records. But not only that, but some of the other stuff that he might have, because he's got a good relationship with Adam Lowenstein. The one thing that he did tell me that also made me feel good, because again, I'm kind of privileged to be in this kind of little bit of a bubble where I can, talk to Mike Gornick about these things. And he had given me some concern about what's going to happen to the Dawn stuff, all the photos and the trim, whatever is there. And I think he said that when, Richard goes, that they're going to donate it to the University of Pittsburgh. And Mike was a little concerned about that, because I think he's like, I don't even know if they know what to do with it. And I said, you should just get out ahead of it and just say, hey, this is me. This is the stuff that I do. I'm part of this. Like, if you need help, I don't know what it is, but, maybe get ahead of it first.
Yeah.
But he was also worried about the condition of all that stuff. Is it in some warehouse in, Woodstock, I heard. But that person told me that Adam Lowenstein has a good relationship with Richard and has been to his place and has seen that stuff, and said that it's all in very good
Oh, wow.
all in very good shape. So we know that it's not like, I just put this, these things out there, because it's very unlike Richard to be so cavalier about, I'll just throw it over there. But he said that stuff is actually in very good condition. So all the hoops that they have to jump through, I think, are all because they just want a very good relationship with Richard, because it's not just the Martin stuff, it's the Dawn stuff, and it's all the other stuff that he might, his papers, and because also Adam Lowenstein has a thing, I think they're going to do at the University of Pittsburgh, like the history of horror, and there's like maybe some things that he had with Stephen King. Yeah, so it's a larger ball of wax than just that little thing. So that's why I said I think unfortunately we just have to play the waiting game for most of it. But that's I think just the reality of it.
Yeah, it always just feels like everybody's just tiptoes around Richard Rubenstein, and it's just like, okay, yeah, I get it, but at the same time, it's just like, because I know, like, just talking about like the Dawn screening and stuff, and it's just like, well, if because they do that sometimes, like after the Friday night screening at the after party or whatever, like they'll screen Flesh Eater or Creep Show or something like that. But it's like, I was like, well, what's stopping them from doing that with Dawn? And it's just like, well, they don't want to step on Richard. I asked Larry, I've asked him privately. I asked Larry, I was like, have you ever tried possibly reaching out to Richard to show up at a Living Dead weekend? Just to be there. I mean, why not? Like, just to ask, just to see. And Larry's like, no, we don't even want Richard to even know that this shit's going on, which there's no way he doesn't know. Yeah. But it's like the same mentality with like the YouTube stuff. It's like you can find Dawn of the Dead on YouTube all over the place. And it doesn't seem like, too. Doesn't seem like Richard gives a shit. But it's just like certain specific lanes that he's got his finger on that people are just like, okay, we won't do that. So I don't know. Yeah. It's just it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, and I think they were like, it doesn't make sense to a lot of people. There's just, and I like I just said, I brought up the fact like there's copies of it online that he doesn't seem to care about. But so again, that's what I remember him saying is like, we're not trying to figure him out and trying to say this is stupid, this isn't stupid. We're just like, because again, it's the other stuff on top of it. It's not just the little, they want to have that, relationship with him or whoever is going to be the owners of that stuff, in the somewhat near future. So,
I mean, I get it,
but
it's just,
I'm confident. Like, it made me feel good to say, like, I think, once that time passes, all that's because it makes no sense to just keep it out there, because the people that would have the rights to it wouldn't care as much, maybe, and we'd be more willing to just say, like, yeah, sure, we'll put it out there, we'll do this. I don't think they're going to be as protective of it, or they might just sell it. They might just, we have all that stuff, we don't really care. And that's like, again, going back to like the Allen stuff. His family is very, very nice, all his children, but I think they're sort of burdened the fact that like they now have to protect and upkeep this legacy of their fathers that they didn't really ask for. And they're not like they have their own lives to deal with.
And so I think, and I've mentioned before, like that's what kind of worries me is because when Richard does eventually go, that property is going to get passed on to his family, and Netflix or somebody like that's going to come along.
We talked about that.
Buy up the property, and
Disney.
then to them, it's just going to be another thing. And yes, at the same time, we'll probably get more Dawn stuff after that, But at the same time, it's also now owned by the big conglomeration that's just going to throw it out there willy nilly. Like, who gives a shit? Like, oh, it's just who cares? Like, it's some old fucking movie. Like, who cares? I don't want that to happen. I actually I kind of like the fact that at the same time, while I'm sitting here bitching about it, I also kind of like the fact that Richard's still just kind of like, no. Like, you're not
kind of gatekeeping it. Yeah.
You can't do whatever you want with it. It's
again, I think the issue is I see your side of it. Maybe it's a little bit selfish in a way because you want to keep it. Yeah.
Right.
But, when I sat next to Christine at one of the Creep Show signings, and people are coming up to her like, oh, this is my daughter. She loved you, and Night Riders, and getting this stuff signed. And just going, it's like, isn't this unbelievable? This 9-year-old girl like got your signature from a movie that's like 40 years old. You know what I mean? And the reason why that even happens is like what you're doing, with Everly. And I only know your daughter's name because it's my niece's name too.
Cool.
Like exposing them to say, oh, this is the stuff that Daddy likes, and oh, that's nice, or I don't really like it. So like they're being fed to it through their parents. And some of them, I'm sure, like it. They come to the conventions, maybe some of them don't, but you're stifling the growth of the film because the movie could still work if it had the audience for people to find it. And that's what really like upsets me. Like, okay, so you bastardize it by putting it on Netflix. All right, big deal. But like these, how do people even know that Dawn of the Dead exists from this old movie? You have to search for it on YouTube. You have to know what it's called. You can't just stumble across. Like, how did we all stumble across it? I found, literally, Paul, how did you stumble across Dawn of the Dead? Did someone show it to you? You picked it up randomly?
Yeah, my dad was watching when I was a kid. Scared the shit out of me. Years went by. I found it on VHS, bought it, faced my fears, and the rest is history.
And what about you, Alpha? How did you first see it?
Kind of the same way, like what you're talking about. Like my uncle Mark, like he knew that I was into horror movies, and he knew that and the only horror movies I knew back then were, like Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, like the usual stuff that's out there in public, and I discovered Resident Evil, and I start to find out what a zombie is. I'm like, oh, these are really cool. Like, and he's like, oh, well, if you like, this, there's this movie about, it takes place in a mall. And in the 90s, it's like, oh, a mall. Like, that's the greatest place in the world. Like, yeah, I want to watch that. So, yeah, it's kind of like what you said. It's like, I would have maybe never even found out about this movie unless my uncle hadn't told me about it to begin with. So then when I went to the rental place and saw it, I was like, oh, that's the one that takes place in a mall. I gotta check that out.
Yeah,
so, exactly what you're saying.
I'm curious, Michelle, what about you? What was the first time? How did you see it?
My older brother is big into movies. He's got I have a decent sized movie collection. He's got a much bigger one than I do. And he had the VHS in his collection way back then. And both of us used to read the Mick Martin and Marsha Porter book of ratings, the ratings book. I go through that every year that they buy it. Read it cover to cover. And Dawn of the Dead had 4 stars out of 5, which is huge for a horror movie.
Wow.
And the whole review rating was, as a horror movie, it's a masterpiece. But if you have a weak stomach, avoid this one. And I was like, I have to watch that. I'm like,
Perfect.
oh, Derek has it. I was like, I'm gonna be putting that in, and I loved it immediately.
Well, quick aside, you reminded me, just real quick, you reminded me, like I told you, I'm reading Tarantino's book, Cinema Speculation, and the final chapter in the book, he's talking about this guy that he grew up, this older guy that was a friend of his mom's that used to watch movies with Quentin. He had really good taste in movies. And Quentin's he's like, okay, and he likes all these movies. And Quentin just starts naming movies. It's just like literally a list of movies. It's just like, Deer Hunter and, fucking whatever. All these movies from that time period. He lists Dawn of the Dead. And Dawn of the Dead is the only film in that list that has a parenthetical next to it that says he was blown away by this movie. And I was like, yes, I like that guy. So yeah,
I was going to ask Matt next, but he's having
I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you
I
hear me?
can hear you. Yeah.
He's on the other side of the stained glass. But he'll be
I'm just waiting on this stained glass to clear up. But no, so I saw Dawn of the Dead because of Day of the Dead. So, I had a pen pal that said her favorite film was Night of the Living Dead. I went to the mom and pop video store to try to find something similar to that, not ever having seen a Romero film or any of the Dead films that I knew of at the time. Found Day of the Dead, thought it was similar to Night, same kind of ballpark name, completely different, of course. And then from there, I just kind of followed the path of the Dead films and found Dawn on VHS. So yeah, I might be in the minority that I kind of found it sort of on my own, not by a brother or an uncle or something like that. But
Synth, you saw it after Night Riders because you knew of Night Riders, and then you're like, "Who's this guy that made these movies?"
So, but yeah, I saw Night Riders in the theater, not knowing who this guy was, just loved it, right? And it came out in the theater. But my friends and I were on a horror movies in high school, 1983, and just watching everything. Evil Dead was amazing. What else is next? I hadn't seen Night of the Living Dead, although obviously clips Halloween. But we rented it one day. He said, "Oh, this guy, it's the thorium cover with the government up," and I'm like, "That looks kind of cool." Look at the back, and you see the zombies, that famous zombie pose with all the classic zombies, the zombie and all that stuff, posing, and just said, "Oh, this looks amazing." And it was instantly our favorite movie. I mean, Evil Dead right up there too for a while because it's just so over the top, right? and stuff. But yeah. Dawn. I've always loved Dawn since screening, and we watched it many times. To record, we go to the drive-in and watch movies.
Is Synth freezing up for anybody else, real quick?
Yes, I just
he was
it was
for
my
a second.
technical difficulties.
Okay. Yeah, you're cutting in and out there.
Am I chopping out?
Yeah,
let me
let me
tell that. Let me drop. Let me. Let me.
You're cutting in and out.
You're cutting out a lot.
Technical difficulties.
I was like, oh no, it's getting
jump
ready
out,
to kick
cut back
me out
in,
again.
I rented it randomly on Blockbuster. Nothing that was just like, oh, someone told me about it. I was just getting things randomly.
Yeah, that's where my dad got it from.
Yeah, and everyone except for Synth, because he said he was in high school. I'm pretty sure. How old were you guys? Anywhere between 10 and
I was
14.
I was 8.
Yeah, 13.
I
was 8 years old.
Like
I was like
15,
10, I
16,
think.
somewhere in there.
Yeah, I was 13, and that's what I mean. Like it would still have an audience for people, but when you don't put it out there, it's making it increasingly difficult for that movie to grow and to continue. Which is why you have people like me, that you were saying, or Larry and all them, like hold the torch. Trying to hold the torch, and maybe someone will come across it, but it's because we've seen it 8 million times. We bought it when the movie, just came out. I remember when I bought the box set. I remember when I bought the VHS tapes. I remember when I bought the Warhol, the cans cut. But that's it. So that's what sort of bothers me. So if the movie, to go back to the original point, goes into the hands of someone that doesn't care that much about it, and they sell it to a nameless, faceless corporation that just puts it out there, that is not gonna, I don't think that's gonna bother me, because I think it would only increase the movie's growth in terms of like it's still continuing, and it's still there. Obviously there's still children and stuff that like it, but it's going to be a bit tougher than if it gets put out there and people can actually younger kids can actually see
I can probably identify with this a little bit too, Ambient Mike. They're probably like, I'm tired of hearing about this fucking movie. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Not the main kind of date movie. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I kind of agree to that extent, that it's going to possibly get it out there a little more. I'm just saying I don't want to see what's happened to Day of the Dead happen to Dawn of the Dead, where now you have multiple horrible sequels to Day of the Dead, a horrible remake of Day of the Dead, a horrible
sci-fi
television
show.
Yeah, sci-fi channel show.
I don't want to see a button-up Dawn of the Dead T-shirt at Walmart.
Yeah. It's like it's going to just be a name.
Those aren't in.
But but I don't want it to just be a name, because that's okay. So that's the that's the thing that Hollywood does now. And I wouldn't say Hollywood, but just like the film industry in general now. Like when you see so many remakes and you start to realize that a lot of the remakes that we've seen are not actual remakes. They're just their own films that are slightly inspired by the films that they're titled after, but they're using the title as a marketing ploy. They're saying, oh, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, that has marketability. Day of the Dead, that has marketability. And so they're slapping those names on. Hi.
Kid.
Hey, there she
Slapping those names on. I'm going to finish a point, then I'll give you a hug. Slapping that on now to just be like, oh, this is, it's a marketable name, and it's just going to be put on everything at this point. And yeah, they did a remake of Dawn of the Dead. Luckily, maybe I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it is a well-made, well-done film that didn't besmirch the good name of Dawn of the Dead in so many ways. I mean, people hear the name Dawn of the Dead, they don't think of, oh, that piece of shit. Even if they're thinking of the remake or the original, there's positive feelings and thoughts about it. And whereas opposed you say Day of the Dead, which most people still think of the original, but if you're thinking Day of the Dead and you come across Contagion or something like that, you're like, oh, what is this hunk of shit? Like
Bloodlines.
Yeah, or Creep Show. I mean, people think Creep Show 3,
Well, of course, I do agree, but that's also different because, like, I think it was not a production company. Whoever it is, they just have the rights to it. But I think if they have the rights to just distribute the film, not own the film, which is what, will they own it?
Yeah, I think they would own it if they're getting if they would get all the power that Richard Rubenstein would have. I would think they would have the distribution.
The problem is I also don't know like the details as much as I know like for Night and stuff like that, which they were making decisions. See, that one of the problems with the Night 90s stuff is that they signed on behalf of Image 10. Russ and Jack and Carl signed all the rights to I think
Paul,
Columbia.
I think your mic's still on.
Paul's taking a piss, bro.
Oh shit! Sorry, guys.
I heard that big sigh. I heard that big sigh and a whole stream of piss coming out. I was like, uh-oh. Hot mic.
I knew that sounded familiar. I was like,
I don't even know if I can. I guess I'll try to continue my point. Image. One of the things that's great now about what's going on with Night of the Living Dead is that Jim and Gary are co-directors of.
Better.
Very good. You didn't wash your hands?
Yeah, I didn't hear that. Did. I didn't hear that thing. I didn't hear no.
Grande's comment.
So, Image 10 is a shareholder corporation with two co-directors. And for a long time, I think some of those decisions were made without the other people in the corporations knowing. So Image 10 really was Jack, Russ, and Carl signed away all of Image 10's rights to, I think, Columbia to get Night made without, like, conferring with everybody else, like, if they wanted to or not. And now that's different. Now they have the shareholders and all that stuff. It's being done the right way. I don't know how Dawn is structured. I'm sure that Sue's might have some hand in sort of like the profit making thing, but in terms of like the decision making stuff, I think it's mostly to Richard because, like I said, I don't know how that whole thing is structured. I know, as far as I know, George has always said, well, I don't get anything from all that stuff. And I guess I'm inclined to believe him, but maybe it's because when he left Laurel, somehow he sold all of his, like, his properties to all that stuff. I don't know. But I feel like there's probably other people that would have to be involved. And Richard is just the main guy to make those decisions, and he might be doing them without consulting everybody else that owned. Because that's how they were making those films. Like, no one cares about There's Always Vanilla, but it has the same structure as Night of the Living Dead. They have a corporation at Play with Angels, but that movie doesn't make any money, so why even bother with that? But I think he spearheads that company and sort of does what he needs to do. But I don't know if there's other people in there. Like, let's say he gets sold off to say, like, well, I don't want this to be done. I have no idea. Maybe Larry would actually know better, or maybe Mike or somebody.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because I feel like
that's a good point, though. Like, because you would think like somebody else may have some kind of interest in it, but
because UFD owned Night Riders and Creepshow and all that stuff, and then when it got sold to Taurus, and they have complete control because UFD put out all the money, so they owned the film like 100%. I don't know if that's the case for Dawn. I don't know if that that's not. I don't think the case for Martin. I'm not sure because I know they were getting private investors. Mike was telling me a funny story about how they were getting money to make Martin. That sometimes there was a guy that would come and he would give money, and then there were times where he would have to come and take money from it because it was maybe some nefarious way that they were sourcing.
Y'all know I love Martin, and that's one of the aspects of it. It's such a guerrilla film. Like, it's so like run and gun. Like, they were using like extra film that they had left over from the winters, and it wasn't the best quality, and just like all the stories it's just you hear, it's just like, God, they were just like determined to make another feature film at that point. I do want to speaking of Martin, I did watch for the first time recently Ganja and Hess. Oh. Have you guys seen Ganja and Hess?
Haven't seen
Dwayne
it
Jones.
I thought it was very. It might have been too arty for me. It was great to see Dwayne. I was watching a bunch of.
He's really good in it. Like especially the final scene. Like, I'm kind of with you. Like, it does kind of veer off a little bit to me, where it kind of loses its train of thought. I think Dwayne is really good in it. There's especially the last scene of the film where he's kind of dying, or whatever you want to call it, or the process that he has to go through. I don't want to spoil it for you guys that haven't seen it, but that performance at the end there, I was just like, wow, like he's really, really, really good in it. But when I was thinking, like when I was watching it, I'm just watching it, and I'm just like, it's almost like a weird distant cousin of Martin in a lot of ways. Like, and it made me start to think, like, did George see this movie because Dwayne was in it? Did George happen to see this movie and kind of get the idea to do Martin? Like, because for those of you who haven't seen it, the basic concept of the movie is Dwayne Jones plays a character named Dr. Hess, who has been cursed with this weird African curse or whatever the hell it is, that where he has to drink blood. He has to feed on blood. So he has to take victims around and drink their blood. And he has there's a scene of him. Let me add Synth back in here real quick. But there's a scene where he's in the hospital and he has to rob the blood bank real quick. And there's a little scene, and it's basically just he's a guy that has this curse or disease where he has to drink blood. So, and when I'm watching, I'm like, man, this is very reminiscent. And Ganja and Hess, I think, was 1973. So that'd have been right around the time that George was starting to work on his first screenplay for Blood. So it made me start to think, like, maybe there was some kind of offhand connection there between the two. But I recommend checking it out if you guys haven't seen it. It's on the Criterion channel right now. That's where I watched it. But I also found a version on YouTube as well. So if you guys want to look it up, just look up Ganja and Hess on YouTube and check that out.
I think there's also different versions. There's like different cuts. And I might have seen a different cut of it.
Larry hated Ganja and Hess. Amateur terrible filmmaking. I mean, it's definitely very low budget, very gritty, very it's in rough shape. Like, you can tell they didn't have all the money in the world to do it. But once you kind of get past that and you kind of get into the story and kind of get into what's going on there, and to me, like, just seeing Dwayne Jones and anything else from around that time is fascinating to watch. But his performance in it's really, really good. It's a little artsy fartsy for its own good, but yeah, it definitely has that flavor of Martin in it. But just piggybacking off of that, we're talking about remakes, and that's kind of been a topic I mentioned last week, and I just dropped a video that I did with from the conversation that I had with Eric Walter, of what Romero film would you remake if you got the money and somebody said make any Romero film you want, you remake any Romero film you want. So I wanted to throw it around the round table here real quick. If you guys, let's say you had to, because I mean Eric's first reaction was I wouldn't want to remake any of them. Fuck that. And I'm just kind of like, yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. But let's say you had to, if there was one Romero film that you could remake, or you would, let's say, have remade, but you can pick your own director, your own star, that you think would still work in this day and age. Maybe a filmmaker that you think could do it justice. Do you have something in mind for that? We'll start with Paul. We'll go around. Paul, are you good now, man? Are you drained? Are you focused?
Perfect. We're good to go.
You don't use a bucket? Like, I have a bucket here that I use.
Man, was it really that loud?
Really?
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Wow.
Full screen.
I was wondering, John, I was wondering all those 4-hour streams that we've done in the past, John. I was like, John never gets up to go take a piss, and now I know why. You're prepared. You have bucket.
I wear a diaper
below you. Very good. Okay.
He's got a catheter. He's all right. So.
But what about you, Paul? Any film that you can think of, you're like, yeah, I could see that being remade.
In today's day and age, I don't think so. They are the products of the time. Although most of them, I feel like they're perfect. The settings the way they are, and I wouldn't change a thing, to be honest. Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Diplomatic answer, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I think that's the correct answer. But like I said, we live in a time where name value and properties are just, it's a commodity, it's property. It's like, maybe we can make a buck off this Creep Show name. We can make another Creep Show movie or something. What about you, Michelle? You got something in mind that you could see possibly being remade and working in this day and age? Because like I said, for good or bad, I mean, the Dawn remake, worked for its time. It kind of spoke to that era and actually did a whole lot to kind of revitalize. I'm with you, John.
I wouldn't.
But it did do a lot to revitalize George's career at the time and the zombie genre and all that. So
I think the only thing I would be Diary. Just you could do it now. There's even more media and more like technology that they could use, but I wouldn't even have a clue of who I would want to direct it, and I'd probably maybe make the characters a little bit more likable. Didn't really, I'm not the biggest Diary fan, so I'm like, maybe tweak that a little bit, but that's probably the only one I would that would be the only one I'd venture a try.
That was a good point when I was talking to Eric. He was he mentioned Diary, and I think for one, the version that we got, I think it's ahead of its time in the idea that George kind of saw how we were becoming the media. Like everybody has a phone now, everybody has a camera. We can all document and upload our own takes on things. I mean, what I'm doing now, it's like we all have our own outlets now. We can all report the news how we see it or how we see fit now. Eric's idea was he was hoping that it would kind of be like a mockumentary, like a documentary, like that takes place during like maybe the timeline of like Land of the Dead or something, where the whole thing has kind of become the new normal, where everybody's kind of accepted this, okay, the zombies are now a thing. So maybe a filmmaker would, do that. I think that's a really good, interesting idea. Diary is one that you could definitely do a whole lot more with now, just because of the advancements in technology. And I think that was a big impediment, I guess, is George. I don't think he knew of it, but I don't think he really had quite the grasp on YouTube or social media or whatnot, the way that maybe a younger filmmaker could have tapped into a little better, maybe. But
that's my problem. It's like an old guy's take on social media. It's kind of like found footage movie done too late.
Yeah.
Well, I think also when the movie came out 2007, it was probably shot in 2006, maybe. YouTube was like a year old.
Yeah, so. I mean, it was still very new. That's why I said it's kind of ahead of its time. Like George kind of saw where things were headed. And now look, it's a what Elon Musk. I know your favorite. Elon Musk. What he says.
It's
like we are the media now. We are the media.
Yeah, it just I don't know. Yeah, it seemed like a kind of an old guy's take on it. When he was an old guy, so I'm not going to knock him for it. It's not a great movie. It's watchable. I've watched it a couple times.
I don't hate it. It's grown on me. I really didn't like it the first time. It's grown on me quite a bit.
I'd rather watch it than Survival of the Dead. So
I like Survival actually.
Have you seen the
Survival's good?
Have you seen the Red Letter Media or Red Letter Pictures? What is it? Their YouTube channel.
Red Shirt Pictures.
Kind of making fun of Red Shirt Pictures.
Yeah.
No,
Red
Letter
Media.
It's Red Letter Media. Red Letter Media.
Yeah, they're from Wisconsin.
Yeah, not Felcher. This is Red
Letter Media.
I love those guys.
Yeah. They kind of poked at George a little bit about that. I think they were doing rewatch of Dawn of the Dead or something. They brought up Diary of the Dead. They're like, okay, internet. What's the big thing now?
Yeah, what's the internet? What are you doing with this thing? Like that, yeah.
So I kind of rolled my eyes a little bit, but it was pretty funny.
Well, it's funny you bring up Felcher and Survival of the Dead. Have you guys seen that documentary that he did on the set, from start to finish of Survival of the Dead?
Good.
Like, whatever you think about the movie itself, but that documentary's amazing because it's literally following George from day one to the last day of shooting on George's final film, and of course, Felcher and George were close friends at the time. So George completely opened up to Felcher about what was going on at the time, and it's a great documentary. If you guys haven't checked it out, it's called Walking After Midnight. It's included on the it's on the DVD of Blu-ray. Survival as well as the Blu-ray as well. Yeah. So what about you
mentioned meta stuff or like making mockumentary or something like that. If you haven't seen One Cut of the Dead from Japan, it's amazing.
I've heard of it. I've never seen it.
Check it out.
Same.
If you can't find it, Joe Bob has it on Shudder. So
okay.
But it's amazing. I don't want to spoil anything because you're like, what the fuck? But it's very clever and interesting.
Larry, don't be a bad influence.
Yeah, but I would say as a
we don't need another Dawn of the Dead commentary moment on here where Paul's just like,
oh,
yeah, fucking Flyboy, yeah.
Oh my god, that was so fun.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. Shit. That was
by the end of that commentary, Paul was just like, yeah, fucking Flyboy, king of the zombies.
Fuck yeah. I remember watching. I think I nicknamed you the Tank that night, Paul the Tank.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah.
Paul was fisting the fucking Jack Daniels that night. I remember.
He had to drop off early, didn't he? Drop off early because he was.
Yeah,
like,
I didn't.
The movie was over. Paul was like, "I'm out.
All right, I gotta go," and just off, and then to bed. Yeah.
So as far as remaking anything George made, I agree a lot with what Paul said. I wouldn't really touch much because it's a product of its time. The guy's, he's basically an auteur, right? He's got his own style. He's got different takes on things, social issues, and working men's, all that kind of stuff. But I would say if I was going to remake any of them, since everyone pretty much, except for a handful of things, has never done a Stephen King movie correctly, or book or short story or that kind of stuff, I would probably have someone take another swipe at The Dark Half.
I love The Dark Half.
I don't really.
It was good.
So, yeah, I don't really dig it.
Who would you get? I think that's a good choice, actually. And I've actually heard, I don't know how true it is. I've heard rumblings that maybe they're looking into doing like a mini series or something for The Dark Half.
And here's the thing too. It's not just the movie. Timothy Hutton was a good actor. I don't think he's good in it. I liked Timothy Hutton a long time ago. I don't like him in it. Yeah.
I'm with you, man. Like
in The Snowman, he's good. He's good in like what's that movie?
Iceman. Iceman was good.
He's good in Iceman. The what's the really tearjerker one with the family?
Ordinary People.
Ordinary People.
Yeah, that's brutal, man. I mean, he was a good actor, but I think he phoned it in for Dark Half. I don't like it. So
yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. Like, I think Dark Half has like my least favorite aspect of the Dark Half is Timothy Hutton. Like, I think he does okay as George Stark, but when it's Thad Beaumont, I'm just like, I don't care about this guy. I don't like this guy. I have no interest in that guy. And especially when you hear George tell, who he wanted and who they were trying to get for that role. Gary Oldman. Like, I'd love to see a Gary Oldman version of that character or a Michael Rooker version of that character. Like, because Rooker plays the good guy in that movie. So you can see he does that. But of course, we know that Michael Rooker can play an evil, like imagine Michael Rooker, George Stark. Like that would have been fantastic.
Yeah.
Who do you have any? Do you have a?
That was the thing. I didn't get that far in my machinations. I was trying to think about a director and an actor, but I just the problem is a lot of my favorite directors over time have kind of like good bands, right? They lose it. So like Fincher's latest, I'm not into. A lot of the really cool directors, I'm just not into some of their stuff anymore. They've kind of blown their load. And they're kind of just doing whatever if they're still doing
it. You know who's expressed interest in a lot of King material in the past is Mike Flanagan. I know he was attached to for a minute to do
Dr. Sleep.
The new he did Dr. Sleep, but I know he was attached or had been in talks to do the Dark Tower stuff, the new version of the Dark Tower stuff. So he might be a good option for the Dark Half.
That wouldn't be a bad one. Yeah. That wouldn't be a bad option. But you mentioned, Synth, you talking about like directors that you really admire, really like their stuff, and kind of fallen off over the years. I had that moment the other night. I tried to sit down and watch David Cronenberg's new film, The Shrouds.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen it.
I couldn't do it. Like I was just like, this is not. And I felt the same way about Crimes of the Future too. I was just like, man, some good ideas here, but I don't have any feeling towards this at all. I'm just like watching people move around on screen. It just doesn't do it for me. So yeah, I know exactly what you mean when you say that. Some people just
don't have it anymore. I mean, maybe for a different audience it's fine, but if you're like a real fan of these guys watching their arc and stuff, you're like, I'm jumping off this train.
Yeah. What about you, John? I think you might have an interesting.
Easily. Diary of the Dead, easily.
Everybody's like, remake that fucking movie. Just do something different with it.
Yeah, because I've said it before. I never liked Diary. And actually, this reminded me of something I wanted to bring up. I have a friend of mine, my friend Danny Schrader. I worked with him at Sam Ash. He was the guitar tech. And I went over his house. We're just hanging out, and I'm talking about the night stuff. And he goes, "I want to watch like Night of the Living Dead and like George's films." I went, "Are you sure?" Yeah. So we watched every one of George's movies together. And what's great about it, he's not a horror guy, so it was really great to get like an average person's view on some of these films. And I want to bring that up later because he had some really interesting points. But I had to, watch Diary of the Dead again, and it was, maybe 3 weeks ago, and there wasn't as much CGI as I remember. And again, some of the acting wasn't as bad as I thought it was. But when I tried to articulate it, Michelle got it because that's exactly what I said. I said I really find some of the characters unlikable. And I think that's my biggest turnoff for the movie as well. And I think it's the way that George had directed some of the actors. And I've said this before. I think my problem is that this is the first day that the zombie or ghoul outbreak, because it's like night, starts. When you look at Night of the Living Dead, everyone has a different reaction that are all normal. Barbara, even with the crap that she gets, there will be people that would be completely useless and freaked out, although she does, come to at the end. You have Carl Hardman that's completely scared and is a complete coward, but he's afraid. You have, Tom. Everyone's afraid. Ben is afraid.
Everyone's afraid, but it manifests itself in different ways through different characters. Whereas Harry is afraid, but he uses anger to deal with it. Whereas Ben is afraid, but he's trying to keep it together. Barbara's afraid, but she breaks down.
In Diary, no one's afraid. No one seems
to take another day. One guy takes a fucking bath.
Yeah.
In the middle of a zombie attack. I'm gonna go have a bath. Oh.
Yeah, and I think that was a really because it takes place in like 24 hours, and I think that was a real big problem that the tone of the movie I didn't like. But I think as a story, especially as it works today, is probably George's most important social commentary that he nailed 20 years earlier, and I think it's more relevant today than ever. As far as who should direct it and who should whatever, that I don't know. I would probably say give it to like Savini or Greg Nicotero because they would respect George enough to, I think, try to do it as best as they could. As far as anybody else, I have no idea who would do all that stuff. But I think the story is important to be told today. It's just the characters or George's direction for the characters, he makes them very unlikable, and it's hard to believe that it's actually happening. Like, Dawn of the Dead, no one's really afraid. They're kind of used to it. Day of the Dead, no one really cares, and the zombies are just a nuisance, which is kind of what it's supposed to be. But in the beginning, people are supposed to be terrified, and no one's terrified. So I think that's why I ranked the movie so low. And I don't think that's the actor's problem. I think that was a directorial problem.
I think it was a constant. I think it was a big, because I think the same issue was kind of prevalent through all three of George's last ones, which Land, I guess, makes sense because, like I said, Land of the Dead is kind of like at the point where it's the new normal for them now. So it's just like, they are just kind of a nuisance and whatever. But Diary, that's the big issue I've always had with Diary too. I'm glad you brought that up. It's like the characters, they don't react like this is some unheard of thing. Like that's could possibly never happen. It's just like, it's a a tornado or a thunderstorm. It's something that could happen. It's like whatever, but. And
especially the two leads, they're horrible characters.
The guy Tony is trying to say no, it's not, but like he does it. I'm from Brooklyn. It's like such a unlikable version of that. Where someone like Harry Cooper makes a bit more sense. Or even Tom Toll's Harry Cooper, where like he's watching the news things and the dead are returning, but scientists find that preposterous. And he sort of gives like a smirk, like of course it's not. Like that all makes sense, but to have that kind of like frat boy anger,
I think the big problem, though, I think the biggest issue with that film and George's direction of the character, I don't think George was really interested in those characters at all. From the moment he wrote that script, it was just like, we need people in this movie, so I'm just going to write these fucking characters and whatever. Like, he was more interested in the overall whatever he was trying to get across with that, the overall message of the movie. And he wrote 100%. It so quickly after Land of the Dead. Like that, I remember when Diary went into production, because you got to think, like after Bruiser, it was still 5 years until he did Land. Then when he did Land, it was just like, holy shit, like George is doing another movie. And then almost immediately after Land came out, it was like, George is working on another zombie movie, Diary of the Dead. And you're just like, what? And so he started working on that immediately because, that's what he got the money to do. Like, he would have done something else, but they were just like, Land made money, so here's some more money, go make another zombie movie. And George was at a point in his career where he was just like, I can't say no. I can't turn this down. So he quickly just wrote it out, but he had the concept in his head, but he didn't give a shit about those characters. So it was just like, okay, here's some characters that I can throw in here, but the overall point of the movie is what he was more focused on. And I think that's where the characters really, their shortcomings really stemmed from, in my opinion. But
another problem is voiceovers. I don't know if her voiceover in that movie is very contrived. It's very annoying.
It's very
bad. It doesn't really help to tell the story. And I don't know if you guys are a fan of Blade Runner. Original cut of Blade Runner had Harrison Ford's voiceover, like a film noir kind of thing, right? And it did help explain it, and it was kind of the gumshoe kind of private eye kind of thing approach to storytelling in a futuristic setting, right? But he purposely, the history is written on this. He purposely kind of did a bad delivery on the voiceover because he didn't want to do it. He didn't want them to use it, but there was like studio pressure to use the voiceover. So I grew up with the voiceover version until they finally had a director's cut. Director's cut took all that out, added some extra scenes, and it's a much better movie because of it. Because voiceovers can often be contrived and just terrible, right? They just don't work unless you really know what you're doing. I think that's a bad thing for Diary, is the voiceover.
I wanted to interject for a little. Also, I should mention, I think, the main character, Jason.
You got some people in here. You got some people that dig Diary, though. I think Larry said he was a fan of Diary.
There are good elements of it. I don't hate it. I just
it's
not terrible.
As far as the narration, I think like
I know Grande's a big fan.
As a big budget movie, I think the narration probably was important because at that time it's like you're getting random people to go see this weird sci-fi movie. They have to know what the hell is actually going on because they're only going to watch it once. And what's a replicant? So I get if you're watching
the crawl in the beginning though, so you have a crawl plus voiceover. You don't need all that.
But I don't think the crawl was even that much. It was like, from what I remember.
Yeah.
What?
Like watch The Warriors. You ever see The Warriors? It's so lean with this information. It doles it out with a couple short conversations.
Yeah, but there's
all you need for the entire movie.
The void conf test and there's like a lot of great.
No one's ever going to get that anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot of great world building stuff. But if some guy's going in to watch the movie and he doesn't know what's going on. That's a major problem.
True, but he's not a real science fiction guy anyway. They don't care about him. So
yeah, but of course they made the movie for them. They made it for general audiences. So I think I get it. Like if you're going to see the movie once, you have to understand what's going on. But if you're putting it, on tape or whatever, you can watch it a bajillion times. Then I agree, it's completely unnecessary. And by the way, Decker is a replicant. I completely saw the thing in his eyes.
No,
he is. Sorry.
There's no argument about that.
You saw the thing in his eyes, and what's his name left it in. I saw it immediately. So I don't know what Harrison Ford was talking about.
I gotta say, guys, I've never seen Blade Runner. I've tried, and I just it ain't for me.
It's not for everybody, but if you like sci-fi, it's amazing stuff.
I've seen it twice.
The score is amazing. So
I've seen it twice. It's also Alan Holdsworth's favorite film, the narrated version, which is funny, but
okay,
it's got a lot of style to it, which I liked. Like I can see why people are really into it. But when I watched the movie for the first time, I said, "Oh, I see the thing." So.
Watch it again though with the narration because Harrison Ford he's doing terrible delivery.
I've seen clips of it.
What the hell is happening to me? It's just awful, right?
Yeah, it is. He does a terrible job with it, absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
Larry, I've tried, man. I've tried a couple of times, and I just kind of I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll try again.
It's not for everybody. It's still better than 2049. The original is still the better one, but.
What about you, Matt? Come back around to you. What would you remake?
Well, I mean, Paul ultimately has Paul's got the correct answer. There's really nothing that I feel should or could really that would be necessary to remake. But also trying to think of like any directors that would have the reverence or bring the reverence to any films that they would deserve. But if I had to pick one. And Grande's probably going to fucking kill me when he hears me talk about this. But if I had to pick one, just thinking of modern directors and just had to pick an answer. And again, not saying that this film needs to be remade. It's just something that I put together. I feel like Ari Aster would probably do a good job with something like Martin. It's just my opinion. I'm not trying to make hot takes part 2 here. So
Hereditary,
so like,
Midsommar,
right?
Eddington.
Oh, I love.
So
Yeah,
Aster, he's really good
great,
at sort of articulating grief and sadness, tragedy. Martin is a very sad film. I mean, you're basically following this kid around the whole time. And loneliness too. Like he's really good at sort of articulating loneliness in film.
Anxiety.
But anxiety, tension building. That's sort of what I was getting at.
Good slow burn.
Think of like Eddington, the one that he just did. Just that whole film is just this study on tension building and just something's about to fucking happen. And then Hereditary, grief, sadness, tragedy, stuff like that. Midsommar. But what he's really good at doing too is he's really good at sort of like focusing on these really fucked up moments and making them beautiful. I think of the final scene of Midsommar when dude's in the bear and they have that beautiful music swelling in the background. Everybody's celebrating, and it's just like this beautiful moment, but it's really fucked up. Eddington.
That was like my prevailing thought and feeling watching Midsommar. It's like, man, this movie is beautiful, but man, is it fucked up. And when I watched that movie, it made me so fucking uncomfortable. I thought I was going to have an anxiety attack watching it. Just like there was a shot. I remember the exact moment as I was watching it. There's a shot where the car is driving down a road and the camera from up above is following the car, and the camera rotates following the car upside down. Yeah. And it's just like, what a beautiful shot. But at the same time, it's like, that
it's
something
so unnerving.
really, really fucking bad is about to happen. But it's just like, I don't know, something about it. It's just like that's the beautiful thing. I love Ari Aster. I've said in the past, I love that fucking nerd because he's just a big movie nerd.
Yeah, dude.
I love that fucking kid because his films, you never know what's around the corner. You never know where he's going to take you. It's like you think you're going this way. It's like when we went to see Eddington, it was like you're watching one moment you're watching one type of movie, and then all of a sudden shit hits the fan. You're in a completely different type of movie.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're in a completely different type of movie. And it's just like, I think it was John Landis said it best. He was like, the master filmmakers are the ones that you feel unsure of, and the ones that you never feel safe when you're watching their films, because you think they're maniacal, which they used to say this about George. They always say like, who's the psycho that's making these movies? And then you meet him and he's like, the sweetest guy in the world. But they're just the best filmmakers are the ones that you never feel safe with. The ones that this guy can do anything.
Well,
this guy could take you and show you. Well, a lot of people just want to be spoon fed. Like
I know, but I mean, a real good director will challenge you.
Right.
Yeah. But his Astor's films are very personal too. Like he focuses on these very super personal topics and subjects, and I feel like he could really tackle that loneliness of the character of Martin well. And like A24. I mean, we've always joked in the past that Martin could be like an A24 film, like, and I don't know. I think he would be a good candidate to direct a remake of that. Not saying it's necessary, like I said, but
I'd watch that actually.
For sake of and if I was trying to think of somebody that would star in the role as Martin, and
that's the tough. Yeah, that's the tough
part. Hear me out.
Hear
me out. So. Yeah. I think he's kind of aged out a little bit, but and you may think I'm fucking stupid for this, but I think Paul Dano would have been a really good Martin. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Don't let Tarantino hear you say that, sir.
I know. Well, yeah. And I knew that would come up.
That's actually not that is actually like I wouldn't say I'm the biggest Paul Dano fan, but I will say the films that I like where that he's in the roles that he has in the films that I like, he does play like this quiet, almost autistic seeming type of characters, and I think he the one that comes to mind is like Prisoners. If you guys have seen Prisoners.
That's what I was going to bring up.
That was a good movie.
Yeah. The kid that he plays in Prisoners is like that's the perfect Paul Dano role to me. Just be quiet and be awkward, and that's exactly that's actually not a bad pull.
Well, and just looking at his range too, and I was going to bring up Prisoners and Little Miss Sunshine. Even that, he's just sort of this like brooding, moody character. Look at There Will Be Blood. I mean, just look at his different range. So I don't know why he popped into my head. I thought he would be a good choice. Maybe because of the Tarantino thing. I think that's been kind of flirting around in there.
I don't know why he popped into Tarantino's head, to be honest. I don't know.
He hate on for him. So here's the thing, and Ethan Hawke actually said this. I don't think Paul Dano knew how many people loved him until Tarantino talked shit about him. Which, Tarantino is just a dude that runs his mouth. He just says whatever comes to his. That's just the type of guy.
He has a podcast where he talks about movies, and he's honest. He's honest. That's why people listen to his podcast, as opposed to a lot of the other celebrity podcasts where they don't say anything because they're afraid of ruffling feathers. And Tarantino don't give a shit. He's Tarantino, And but at the same time, he's Tarantino, so he should probably be more selective about what he's saying.
He acts, he's terrible. So. I mean, Tarantino's acting is atrocious.
Yeah,
he's
just a dude with an opinion, and he voiced his opinion, and a lot of people got upset about it and came to defend Paul. Which I mean, again, I always liked the guy anyway, but
when you're such a bad actor, the last thing you do is attack somebody's acting who's actually shown some range, right? So it's like,
well, he also attacked Matthew Lillard too. So
I didn't like his when he was young. So
I was thinking too, and because I know this is the one that George kind of always wanted to remake. I think he would probably do a great job tackling something like Jack's Wife too. Same thing, sort of that slow tension building. You reference films like Hereditary, the way he treats like that sort of ritualistic, and Midsommar, same way.
Yeah.
And I like what he does with the shadows. And, there's that scene in Hereditary where I guess Toni Collette's character turns the light off, and there's like this moment where you see, I guess, her mom that passed away. You see her shadow in the corner or something like that. And I just feel like he would bring an element to Jack's Wife. I don't know. I think he'd be good.
I'm kind of with you, Matt. Like, I'm down with Ari Aster making anything, and I'll watch it.
Yeah.
Who would replace Ray Lane then? Who's the new Ray Lane?
I don't know. I didn't get that far. I don't know.
Who's the new Jan White?
Paul Rudd.
Just get Toni Collette. Toni Collette could do the Jan White role.
Paul Rudd.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that would work. That's a good one, man. It's funny because Martin is always one like I've said is like not one that I've always just like, oh, I got to see a remake of this, but it's one that I think could still work in this day and age. I mean, it's a story about a kid suffering from an identity crisis. It just happens to be a really violent and psychopathic identity crisis. And I've always wondered, I'm just like, well, who the hell could fill the John Amplas role? And it's just like, it's like you can't think of Martin without thinking of Amplas, but Paul Dano is actually a really good pull. That's actually I've never thought of it, but I'm like that's pretty perfect. I'll give you guys. Go ahead, Paul.
Amplas could play Kuda.
Oh
yes,
there you go.
That exactly.
That's fucking it,
dude. That's cool. Fucking brilliant. We should pitch this.
That's perfect.
Why aren't we running our own studio, guys? This is brilliant. But I'll give you guys an off the wall one. I don't know how many people will agree with it, but I think it's one that I've never heard anybody talk about before. But maybe not a story for story, shot for shot remake. But if they ever decided to do another Creep Show, I think Rob Zombie would be an interesting choice to do another Creep Show.
Oh no,
bro! I'm not a Rob Zombie fan. I don't get it,
dude. Rob Zombie. So to me, the thing that I love the most about Creepshow is the comic book aspect of it, the lighting, the visuals, I love that. And I think that's
look how he screwed up the Munsters thing.
Well, it's who knows?
He's a fan of the Munsters, and he made that train wreck.
This is like a fever take.
This is kind of but I guess it just comes from there was a quote from back in the day that always stuck with me, and I think Rob Zombie, whether you like his dialogue or his movies or whatever, you can't deny that he is a one of a kind visual artist, if nothing else. Like when you see a Rob Zombie movie or you see a Rob Zombie album or you see artwork done by Rob Zombie, you know it's Rob Zombie. Like he has his own distinct style. And there was a quote that always stuck with me from years ago where they were talking to Alice Cooper about, what artist would you bestow your mantle upon once you retire. And he always said he would always reply Rob Zombie. He's like, I love Rob Zombie. He's like a comic book come to life. And that's always how I visualize Rob Zombie. Whether it's his music, his album artwork, his actual artwork, his films, they all, like, you look at House of Thousand Corpses, the lighting and then the different stuff that he's doing in that movie. And it's like, I think he could do, if maybe not like a great Creep Show. I don't know if maybe if you got, like, I think if you did Rob Zombie directing and bringing his style with, I don't know who's the big horror writer of today. Maybe not a Stephen King at this point, but maybe Joe King or Joe Hill or somebody like that. Combine those two, have somebody else write the screenplay and the stories, and just have Rob Zombie's visual aspect to it. I think Rob Zombie could pull off an effective horror comic book movie. But that's just me.
But would every story have to star Sherry?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
just one.
He would be in every segment.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
It would have just one. It'd have to have just one, and Jeff Daniel Phillips. He'd have to be in there somewhere as well.
I have to say,
I think Joe Bega.
The Rob
Joe
Zombie's
Begas
music
could do a good Creep Show.
Rob Zombie's music is very derivative of My Life with a Thrill Kill, Cult, Ministry, all kinds of stuff. He came out later, and he's very derivative. Even his style with the cowboy hat thing that he did, and I just never quite got the whole Rob Zombie thing. I mean, he tries hard. I've seen some of his later movies. He clearly pulls from like famous directors. He's like a Tarantino.
Well, I
think.
That way. Well, look, I think things together. I think if I can come to the defense of Rob Zombie, because I'm a Rob Zombie fan. I like his music. I like his movies. Most of his movies, like the Munsters. Like when I was watching the Munsters, I didn't get it, but my daughter, you guys know how crazy she is. At the time, she was like 2 or 3 or something like that. She was fascinated with it. So I'm like, okay, Rob Zombie made a children's movie. Well, it ain't for me, but my 2-year-old, 3-year-old loves it. Whatever. But what I'll say, I think Rob Zombie fell into a trap after Halloween, maybe. Because after Devil's Rejects was like his big hit. That was the thing that made him like, oh, he's the next big thing. That's how he got the Halloween series. The Weinstein Company said, "Oh, Rob Zombie, that's the next big director there. We got to get him." And he had his own style, and he was able to do his own thing with House, Files, and Corpses. Whatever you think of that, I think it's flawed, but it's really enjoyable and really different from what we were getting at the time. And The Devil's Rejects, I think, is a masterpiece. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. And then the Halloween series, it threw him off completely fucked with his head, I think. And he fell into this vortex of like, I can only do horror movies and they all have to be somewhat like The Devil's Rejects or nobody's going to care. And now he kind of got stuck in that, because then he followed it with like 31. And then he did a sequel to The Devil's Rejects, which was horrible, that did not need to exist. But I think I still think there's a good film in Rob Zombie somewhere if somebody would let him do it. Like I would love to have seen, I don't know if you guys remember when he was supposed to do the Broad Street Bullies hockey movie. That was his like passion after Devil's Rejects. He wanted to do the Broad Street Bullies story from the Philadelphia Flyers from back in the day, about this just hardcore fucking hockey team that would beat the shit out of the other team, and it was like, it's an actual real true story. But he never got to make that. Instead, he got stuck doing the Halloween sequel, and I actually really enjoy Lords of Salem. I think is really underrated too.
Hey, you could remake Iron City Ass Kickers.
Hey, I love Iron City Ass Kickers.
It's fun.
Don't let George Demick hear you say that. George Demick, when I brought up Iron City Ass Kickers, Demick was just like, "I'm not going to talk about that fucking movie. Fuck that movie." I was just like, okay. But yeah, that's just my thought. I'm a Rob Zombie fan. I think there's still something good that he can offer the world of cinema. Like you said, I don't know if it'll ever happen, but I think if he were to do something of George, I think Creepshow would kind of make sense that would still capture that comic book come to life feel of the original film. Yeah. But
yeah, I gotta disagree.
Okay.
Before I forget, when I watched all those movies with Danny. Now remember, Danny's a 55-year-old guitar tech, lived a normal life, not a horror guy, whatever. We watched all the George's films, all 17 of them. He really liked them all, but there were 4 that he talked about the most, where he seemed to be the most interested in them. Let's see if you want to guess what they are. And this is what's interesting. I really love talking about this with other Romero fans, because it's interesting. So these are the 4. He said he liked every one. He couldn't even rank them, but these are the 4 that he talked about the most. So
the 4 that stood out.
Yeah.
Most.
Night Riders.
Correct. Night Riders was the only one that he actually clapped at the end.
Oh wow!
And I said that was George's. I think that was George's best. So that one, the other ones I was surprised at. So that's one of the 4. What are the other 3?
Day.
Nope.
Creepshow.
Didn't really remember much about Day, actually.
I would say Dawn of the Dead, but I kind of feel like to a certain audience, maybe that doesn't play as well if they're not accustomed to that type of film. But
Dawn, he liked, but he remember saying at the end, like, well, the bikers is like, they took them all. I had a weird conversation with him about it. He's like, they should have just let him have it. And I was like, well, kind of, yeah, but then you don't have a movie, So anyway, so any other guesses?
Martin.
Monkey Shines.
No. He liked Monkey Shines. No, he did like Dark Half. He really
Two Evil Eyes.
Bruiser.
No.
Oh.
Goddamn.
Remember, he liked them all. He had something to say.
Yeah.
Yes. And that surprised me, because we watched Night. And then he's like, well, what's the one that comes afterwards? I go, There's Always Vanilla. And he goes, I want to watch that one. I said, I don't think you can get through 10 minutes of this. And he's like, well, let's watch it. And he watched it. He went, I really liked it. And I went, you might be the only person on the planet that's ever said that.
I really
liked it.
He's not.
He liked it so much he wants to watch it again. Yeah.
Well, I wonder if he had the same experience that I had when I first, because when growing up, I always heard, There's Always Vanilla. It's like George's lost film. There's no use in even watching it. Like, who cares? Like, it's not even a horror movie, and he doesn't even want to talk about it. So I'm like, all right. Then when I finally watched it, I guess my expectations maybe were so low that I fucking loved it from the first time I saw it. I was just like, wow, this speaks to me on a level that, Dawn of the Dead doesn't. It's more of a personal. It spoke to me on a personal level, in terms of like where I was as a teenager at the time. Because it is basically a movie about young, stupid love.
And that's kind of what he said. And I also explained to him like this wasn't a George. I also gave him background about like, this not a movie that George wrote and X, Y, and Z. But yeah, that's pretty much what he said. That he kind of actually wants to watch it again because he. Related to Chris. But Chris he's not a likable character, and there's no story arc. Anyway. So
he was a fan of all the non-horror.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
Okay.
So you got two of them. What are the other two?
So Night. I'm just gonna go down and click now. No. Crazies?
Yeah.
Yes, he loved the Crazies. He loved the fast talking action in the beginning of the Crazies, which was a surprise because I said, "Listen, Crazies was actually the only one we didn't watch together because I left him my my Blu-rays." But I said, "You have to really pay attention because like it's one of those films where it's so fast paced and edited that if you don't look at your phone for 2 seconds, you might have missed something that explains something." So he really liked the Crazies a lot, and also he said it reminded him of like other movies like Virus and I think Outbreak and stuff like that. But he really liked that one.
Especially when France screws up, you miss that real quick.
What?
When France's character screws up, you miss that real quick if you turn away.
And the last one, I want to guess.
Crazy's Vanilla Night Riders.
Who said Jack's wife yet?
What's that?
No, I don't think anyone said Jack's.
The amusement park?
No.
I started to say Jack's wife, but at the same time that somebody said the Crazies.
Oh God, Creep Show.
Nope.
Creep Show 2.
No, we don't want. It's not directed by George.
Just going down the list here. So I said Bruiser.
You did.
No.
The first episode of Tales from the Dark Side was that directed by George?
Trick or Treat, yeah.
We didn't watch The Dark Side, and we also didn't watch The Winners. Obviously,
the Juice is Loose.
You didn't show him. Yeah, you didn't show him Juice is Loose.
Yeah.
Featuring Richard Rubenstein, a young Richard Rubenstein.
I'm surprised. No
Survival of the Dead.
No.
Survival. Diary.
Land.
There's Diary.
Oh wow.
I got 2 of the 4. I was gonna say.
Yeah, which I was like, wow. As I told him, this is my least favorite one. Blah blah blah. He loved it. Also, he recognized the main actress because she was in a Canadian TV show called like Homeland or something, and that's been on for like 27 seasons.
Oh, really?
He's like, oh, that's this person.
I went, no,
this was
I
like
think I know the show, but I've never seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised he picked it up. But yeah, so what a weird vanilla Night Riders, The Crazies, and Diary.
Yeah.
Like, he also liked Land because I forgot how much action Land had. But like,
yeah, it's basically just an action film mostly. Like,
but what a bizarre like smattering of movies to like. Vanilla. These are movies that George and I said, you know what? I'm glad that you like them because it shows that even though I'm not a fan of, I'm not Vanilla. A lot of people don't like Vanilla. That these movies, there is an audience for them. You know what I mean? It's not just like, well, you have to watch Jack's Wife if you're a hardcore Romero fan. You know what I mean? That even as an average.
I feel like maybe for a person that's not particularly a fan of the horror genre and not particularly a fan of George Romero because of the stuff that he's done in the horror genre, like if you were introduced to George through Night of the Living Dead or Dawn of the Dead or something like that, yeah, you're probably going to see Vanilla and be like, oh, what is this shit? But if you're just a person watching a film for the first time and watching it on its own merits, I think you're probably more apt to like films like Night Riders and There's Always Vanilla as opposed to somebody who's already predisposed to like George for the horror stuff. And then when you see George not doing horror, like that's how I felt when I was younger, when I was first discovered a lot of those movies. Was just like, that's why Night Riders was like one of the last Romero films I ever saw, just because I kept putting it off. It's just like, but it ain't a horror movie. I don't care. Like, well, I'll get around to it. And then when I did get around to it, I was just like, wow, okay.
It's funny because even when I emailed Gornick about asking about the New Hope thing, I said also I would like to take this opportunity again to apologize for not watching Night Riders for so long. Because it's really just a beautiful movie that I end up loving more and more every time I watch it.
It's my second favorite George film.
But I was going to mention one other thing. He really liked Night, and that's what made him want to really watch the rest. He was like, because he goes, as soon as they go the very end, he goes, oh, it would be funny if they killed the guy in the house. And then they did it. He's like, oh my God, I can't believe he actually did that. So I think because of that movie, it resonated that much with him that gave him like the say, well, I want to see what else this guy could really do, you know? So it's not that, you know, that he wasn't into the, like there was a couple times where like, you know, like when Pilato gets ripped in half, you know, Catching's got his hands over his eye, like, laughing at him a little bit.
Still works.
Yeah,
that was my thought watching fucking Night in the theater that one time. The girls were next to me. I've obviously never seen Night, and it was, like I said, it was the Riff Tracks version of Night, so they were there to, you know, oh, it's an old black and white movie, yeah. But when Dwayne gets shot at the end, they all just like, you know, recoiled and like, oh my God, I can't believe they did that. And I'm like, still fucking works, still works.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still effective.
Yeah. All right. So I anybody else, who else has a question here for the round table? I know you guys sent some earlier in the group chat. Anything you guys want to throw out? Michelle, I know you had one.
I had one, but then I thought of a different one.
Okay. Okay. Was it the ice cream one that I mentioned? Are we going to talk about our favorite flavors of ice cream?
No, but bananas always going to be my favorite.
Banana.
But it's not so much of a remake, but if you could change one thing about any Romero film, what would the one thing you would change?
I got it.
Casting of
I
Peter Stormare and Bruiser.
No, Matt, we're not gonna. Hold on.
Man.
What did you say, Matt?
Matt has to go, guys. We'll see Matt later.
Bro, don't fucking do that to me. I said the casting of Peter Stormare and Bruiser.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. I can't hear you. Take him out. Right now.
Look, he just played his normal kind of character. That's the thing. That's what you get with that guy.
Peter Stormare performance.
So
if you're going to get on to me, listen. If you're going to get on to me for having an opinion about Peter Stormare, but you're over here fucking talking about Rob Zombie remaking a Romero film, you can get the fuck out of here. I'll get myself the fuck out of here.
I didn't say remake.
He's got a point.
All right, I'll show. But who would you recast? Who would do a better job than the great Peter Stormare in that role?
Dude, I actually thought about this because this sort of ties into one of the questions that I was going to ask. I don't know. I really don't. I couldn't think of anybody. Anybody but Peter. And I get it. I know I give him so much shit for that performance. I can't. I've tried to articulate why it bothers me so much, and I know it's over the top. There's just something about him, dude. I don't know what it is. I can't stand the character. It's really hard.
How about Richard France? You see Richard France in that role?
Show
it's
it
the complete opposite.
He'd be memorable.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I gave my answer. That was easy.
What was your answer, John?
What do you think my answer was?
Oh, the soundtrack today.
There you go.
Can you remove John now? Like
yeah.
You did me?
All right, bye.
There you go. See you, dude.
Cut off.
So
sorry, I asked the most controversial question.
I mean, I told you this before. I bought the Day soundtrack from Fangoria magazine before the movie actually came out because I always love synth scores and I like John Harrison's music. And I really did like it when it first came out. And it's one of those things that's the opposite of growing on me. I do enjoy parts of it, but it's not.
Oh.
I'm not as analytical about it as John is far as the structure of it. No, I just didn't really, after like 1995, I probably didn't like it as much as I used to. So
I mean, I'd have to really listen to it. I could probably do like a track.
Who else could deliver that line, Grande? You're right. What do you think I'm doing in there? Taking the fucking shit of a lifetime?
There are parts of the Day score that I really like, but there's also a lot that I really don't like, and also I thought about it too with the 90s stuff. What I like about it, I like the textural stuff, but Paul McCullough cannot write good driving action music. That's where it falls apart.
Or just good music, period.
Yeah. Well,
Bump Run is great.
It's kind of stagnant.
Anything that's like, as George said, where it's wallpapery, very like delicate, I think is fine. But anytime that's like, okay, there's like an action scene, we need music for action, it's rotten. But
I agree with you on that, and I can also kind of equate that to my feelings on Donald Rubinstein. I feel like Rubinstein is great for like ambient, atmospheric score, but when it needs something a little bit more driving, something a little bit more action based, that's where a lot of Donald's scores kind of fall short for me. Is like in the scene in Martin when they come across the drug deal and the cops get shot and there's the guy that gets run over, like that. It's just like this funky like jazz music, and to me it's just like you could do something else there. But so yeah, I kind of agree. I can kind of say that about Donald too. What about you, Paul? Well, if you could change,
I typed up a whole bunch of stuff at work today, like for this live stream.
Wow.
But so what was the original question?
It was if you could
just start reading
one thing in one Romero movie, what would you change?
Okay, so for that part, I kind of had.
Wait, you knew the question ahead of time? You prepared?
I promise I didn't give him that one. Actually,
I did. I typed all this stuff up like at work today for tonight.
Working hard.
Topics and whatnot. So I kind of thought maybe if they replaced Hank, Ed Harris's character in Creepshow, with Scott Reiniger, they both. Here, I'll just read what I have typed up.
Do you think Reiniger could have pulled off the
dance?
Yeah, I'll get to that. I'll get to that. So,
all right.
Ed Harris, I think Ed Harris maybe should have passed on Creepshow. He should have waited out a few more years, and he would have obviously gone to fucking huge stardom like he did. So Scott Reiniger would have gotten the role in Creepshow. He kind of looks like Ed Harris, so that would be an interesting transition in the Romero verse.
Put up Larry's comment.
And it'd be a better connection to George's films with Dawn of the Dead, Night Riders, Creepshow, because obviously Marhalt. And Scott's dance scene would have been perfect, but as you look at his character in Dawn, how he was starting to get a little crazy, during the truck scene, right before he got bitten, that would have reflected. No. I'm gonna go urinate again.
He was very agile.
No,
yeah, he was very agile.
But you look at how he was in Dawn. He was a little bit off the wall. He was losing his shit, and that dance would have kind of reflected that, like having a good time. I don't know.
I'm picturing Kristen Glover in front of the 13th Part 4.
Yeah.
Those are good dance moves.
The jigging or whatever the hell was going on.
Just the music they were playing, he's dancing to is crazy music.
Anyway, good answer, Paul.
You nailed it, Michelle.
Thank
you.
you.
Do the dance again. Do the
with the.
You got it.
Yeah.
He does that kind of like this with the head going like this, and
Oh,
yeah. If I did that, my headset was going to go flying into the computer.
I like how
when he goes to turn the radio down, he turns the radio down with style.
We're all pulling off the white guy dances here tonight, so it's good.
All right, Mike, your answer.
I mean, we already kind of talked about it earlier. Timothy Hutton in Dark Half. I would have recasted that. Trying to think if there's anything else off the top of my head. Synth, did you give an answer? Do you have something on?
Did you skip Synth? Skip Synth?
And I didn't even.
Oh, what the hell?
I didn't see this in your chat earlier, so I'm not prepared.
I swear to God, I didn't even put it in the chat. My question was just going to be about
well, it's kind
physical releases, but then I was reading about physical releases.
Matt put it in the chat.
Matt had the.
But Matt has a different one about recasting somebody. I was changing.
Maybe that was it. Yeah,
we're kind of already talking about it though, so I mean, I'll choose a different one.
I'm sorry, Mike. It's not what. No, Matt. I didn't.
It's all
Mine
good.
was going to be good. I would take the CGI out of Land of the Dead and replace it with practical gore effects.
Oh, man,
I hate the CGI gore effects. Like they fucking kill me every time I see them.
So the timing, they could have done it if they put more money into it, but it didn't. It wasn't pulled off well. So
the money and the timing on Land really Because I mean, Land, man, you got to think Land was what, $17-18 million budget, but that movie looks so bigger than that. Like the Dawn remake had twice the budget of Land of the Dead, and it looks half the size.
Land also had goofy gimmicks too, like the guy with his head hanging by a spinal cord and he flips it over to bite people. And it's like,
well, that's why it kills me.
That
like
was
that's
what I was
that's
thinking.
exactly.
I mean,
the
not
part
just the
I'm-
CG, just
part I'm talking about.
even if it was practical, it would look stupid, right? Which
But
is,
they said they tried it. I think because I was
Yeah.
watching something, they said they tried it and it didn't work. But I think also that's the problem is that every new movie people expect something different from George.
and,
Like, oh,
and
what's
that's
the
more of an
crazy
Evil
stuff
Dead
that's
effect.
weird?
It doesn't work in Land of the Dead.
Yeah, I guess they could have removed it, but
Yeah.
I think because he was, had that pressure. Like, what cool thing am I gonna have to do? Like, for the next movie, like what cool kills? It makes it hard instead of it being more natural. It's like it's more ham-fisted into the movie.
Yeah,
So-
because you got to remember at that time, like Romero, like I remember, like when I first discovered Romero and first saw Dawn and saw Day, like and of course he is attached to Savini. Like to me, Romero and Savini were like at the hip, like like when I first discovered this stuff. So to me, it was like part of the charm and part of the appeal of George's stuff was the effects. It's like, oh, like
100%.
that's gonna be he's gonna come up with something fucking some crazy shit. So in Land of the Dead, I'm sure George felt that pressure to be like, okay, well we gotta come up with some new tricks here. We gotta come up with something off the wall. I don't think he really. I don't think he had to. I mean, there's definitely some moments. I remember watching Land in the theater for the first time, and the moment where they shine the flashlight across, and that zombie's pulling the intestines or something out of the dude's mouth. I remember when that came.
Yeah.
And it just comes right out of the mouth. The audience just was like, oh, just
yeah,
like
dude.
all
That was
together.
me.
It was just like, yeah.
Fuck yeah.
It's just like, oh, and I'm sitting there as like the Romero fan in the audience. I was just like, yeah, still got it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But even
Saw that
Diary,
with,
much later, the digital effects weren't good. So
No, and,
Yeah.
and survival not either. Like
Well,
But
that's
the
the thing.
Diary has
Less
a lot
money,
less. Survival has a ton.
and he said it. To be fair, I get it. Like it's the time, money. Like you don't have to clean up everything to redo the take, and I
and they're
understand.
not hiring ILM or Weta to do the work, so it's not going to look,
Well,
it's
Go
no
off
dog.
that.
Fellowship scene.
Yeah.
Fellowship scene in Survival. That was a practical one. He was eating, the fake
Oh, yeah.
intestines. But
Oh, yeah.
Blasie's
Some of the practice,
headshot was CGI.
No.
Oh yeah, to me like that. Like I'm not a fan of CGI whatsoever, and the biggest pet peeve I have is CGI headshots in movies. And I
CGI
mentioned-
blood total.
Yeah, just CGI
God awful.
blood, the CGI because it just disappears in thin air. Like it just
It
it's
just
not
doesn't look-
real.
it
It's not
doesn't
there.
look- it doesn't look-
If you
It's
put the
just
work to make
Yeah.
it persist, then it's better. But yeah, it usually does disappear.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
But then again, practical squibs give you that blood mist, and that's not realistic either. You have to do
No,
the
but it's
squibs
still
just
not fun.
right.
But
Otherwise,
it's
you
the
get
work
that mist.
behind it.
No, but I mean,
You know?
even behind, sometimes you see a mist in some movies. They use too much charge, so
Yeah.
it atomizes the blood. You actually have to have a splat, not a mist.
Oh, I like the splat. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Well, Matt, your question about that you were going to say about recasting is my answer was going to be almost everybody in Land of the Dead, and I see that Grande
wow.
has like
Ouch.
seriously,
Everybody, huh?
like Simon Baker, Leguizamo,
Simon
like,
Baker especially,
Dennis
he's milk
Hopper,
toast.
like Aja, whatchamacallit, Robert Joy. I would just take them all out because the thing I
Robert
love
Joy,
about-
really?
Well, I liked Robert Joy in it. Don't get me wrong, but the problem is that and maybe we could keep him. But I mean, you know what? Like, what about like Amplis would have been good in there.
Dennis Hopper,
Or-
like Dennis Hopper in that movie.
No, I probably would put Pilato. So the problem with
Mm.
the
Sorry,
problem
Doing
with-
it's Dennis Hopper doing an impression of Dennis Hopper in that movie, basically
well,
doing his
but
Blue Velvet.
My issue with it was that when I watched all the others like Land and Night and Dawn and Day and all that, they weren't big stars. Then you're suddenly getting like really well-known people like Dennis Hopper, John Leguizamo. Like suddenly it's a really big, and it just takes me out of the movie, out of the George's world. Like I want to see more of George's people in it. And I understand we're in Toronto at this point, but that's what I would put maybe Savini in Leguizamo's place, and I don't know who for Aja.
Yeah,
But-
I wasn't a big fan of Leguizamo in that movie either. Like I didn't,
No.
and Simon Baker was just wooden. Yeah, he didn't sell it for me at all.
It's like Leguizamo can be good. He's good in that show Bloodlines. I don't know if you saw that on
Yeah, I'm not saying he's a bad
streaming,
actor.
but yeah,
He was
he's
good
not
in The
that.
Pest.
That's what I was gonna say.
Wow.
Super Mario Brothers.
He's a great Luigi.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Luigi
I
Mario.
I love Larry's comment about removing the blinks from Keith Wayne digitally. You know, like
yeah, that was
Yeah, I
funny.
like that one too.
the no blink cut of Night.
You know what's funny? I
John,
never
get on
noticed
that.
it until Keith Wayne brought it up in the actual commentary.
You had to notice. I mean, yeah, he just
I never noticed.
really.
Yeah, I never noticed.
I mean, you
it's
can
very
put those
natural.
cartoon like pluck sounds, blink, 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 blink. Yeah,
Well, I mean, it's one of those things. Once I heard about it, it's like, oh my god, it is nonstop. Although
Yeah.
it's a lot less during the Tom and Judy scene, but pretty much every other time,
Yeah.
it's
when he's
it's
really
like when he's-
concentrated and delivering his line. You can tell that's like a tick he has or something. You know.
Yeah, it's like when he's playing when the scene calls for suspense or he's worried or he's like, oh, got to move the truck type thing. It's like that's when he goes into hyper blink mode. That's what he
Yeah.
emotes.
there is one
The no
frame.
blink cut.
There is one frame. Can I pull it up? I'm not going to
Sure.
share it. All right, I'll see if I can find it. There is one frame where he actually looks directly at the camera. Where is it? Because I have it all set up. I had cut up the whole movie in different shots, and so I have things.
So you're gonna make the no blink.
John has the entire movie frame for frame on his
just
fucking
about.
iPad.
I had to cut everything up. And well, the thing is, I had to cut up the
The world famous John Bulow iPad. He's got it frame
the
for
iPad
frame
cut.
in a folder somewhere.
Well, because what I had to do is because I also have a ton of photos, so I have to link up the photos for the scenes that were shot. And
I'm with
sometimes
you, Steven.
for some of them, I know what the date actually was, and some of them I don't. So I have to sort of put it in order. Why can I find this freaking thing? But
So it's the
anyway,
John Vulo cut.
of
Coming
what,
soon to Blu-ray.
I'll tell you what though. There's so much
Separate
more.
films.
There's so much more that you can actually see when you cut it shot by shot. That's just so much more like prevalent. It just like sticks out. Like I caught people smoking near the camera in a couple of shots.
Wow.
That like you never saw it. Watching the
famous
film
Halloween
rolling.
show, we see John Carpenter
Well,
smoke by the bush.
The smoke from the smoke from the rifle shot when Ben shoots Harry. That's smoke that was what I think Russ. I think it was in the dailies. You could see Russ take a hit of the cigarette and blow the smoke, and then back up
Yes.
real quick to kind of give that
And-
effect.
Yeah, and it's during one of those scenes when Karen attacks Ben that he actually you can see the cigarette smoke. But can I don't know if I could freeze it here. Whatever. But there's one thing where he looks directly at the camera. I forget it. But I took a quick screenshot of it. It's when my jacket's caught and he goes right to the truck and it explodes. He looks right at the camera, like right in the beginning of the frame. So
Well, if we're talking about removing stuff from movies or digitally altering it or something, and looking directly at the camera, I don't think there is a shot in Dawn of the Dead where Larry Vera does not look at the
I
camera.
knew you were gonna fucking say that. Yes. Oh
Every
my
shot
God.
that dude is in, there is a moment where he will glance at the camera or look directly at the camera, or he's finding the camera. Where's the camera? Like
the other
it
the other
distracts
thing
me
that-
every time.
Yep.
the other scene in Night of the Living Dead where someone looks directly at the camera. Does anyone know? Because I see it all the time.
Roger McGovern.
Very close, but it's not Roger McGovern. It's I know where you're going with
I
it
don't
because it's Dave Barber. He's eating, and right before he eats the liver, he goes like this. Like right before and there's like no way that you can get past that. It was like he looked at the camera right before
Okay,
he.
that's
ate
what I
the
was
liver.
saying. So that's not Roger McGovern. I'm thinking that's Roger McGovern. No, it's
That's
not.
Dave
Okay.
Barber. Roger
I know
McGovern wore
what you're
the
Yeah, he's
hospital
got
getup.
the. I always
Looks
call
like
it a
a toga.
toga. Looks like it looks like
Yeah.
a toga. But it's a
He's like
close-up
the
shot.
Julius
so I always
Caesar
think-
zombie.
Yeah. But yeah. So yeah. Larry Vera. That's my answer. I would fix Larry Vera. Just have his head turned where it's supposed to be turned. Quit looking at the camera. But Matt, you had another topic to throw around the table. I thought it was a pretty interesting topic, just talking about Romero fandom and stuff earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of already touched a little bit on it, but yeah, I mean, in terms of like, what are your thoughts on Romero fandom? Any and like the stigmas that can be attached to it? What are some of the positives and negatives? So like, I'll bring up the fucking goblin thing for myself. So like, huge Dawn of the Dead fan, right? I love the soundtrack to the movie. I think it fits well. It serves the film. I'm just not a big Goblin guy in general. But I feel like that's such a divisive thing. Like I feel like I've had people tell me that I'm not a real Dawn of the Dead fan. Yada yada yada. And I think that's ridiculous. I don't understand why you can't.
Yeah, that doesn't mean shit.
No. Exactly. And that's sort of what I'm saying is I feel like there's this stigma out there that you can't love Dawn of the Dead without also equally loving Goblin. And what are some other examples of that? Like, it doesn't have to be a Romero film. It could be anything, music related, horror, whatever comes to mind. What are some other things you can think of where it's just like, God damn, like there's so much, so many opinions. I love John and go ahead. Yeah.
I love John Carpenter as a composer. I am not a big fan of the Halloween theme. It's fucking overplayed. It's mainstream. I've never been a big fan of it. And in my band, Savini Effect, we did a cover for the Halloween theme. It was awesome, but I'm like, oh great, we have to do this, of course, because it's fucking Halloween and it's everywhere. So, but I mean, fucking Escape from New York is awesome. Halloween 3 is awesome.
I like what Alan Howard did with Halloween 2, where he kind of dressed up the theme with more layers and more synthy parts. It sounded cooler.
But I hear what you're saying. You're still a fan of the film. You still love Carpenter. You still love the film. You're just
absolutely
score, right? Yeah.
Yep. Just that main theme is just it's so overplayed and again going back to Goblin and Dawn. You can like this. You can like the score. You don't have to like the composer. I totally get it. Some people probably don't. This might be pretty out there, but I hate John Williams, but the Star Wars theme is really good. Like, well, John Williams has fucking a billion awesome scores. So
right.
Day of the Dead was John Williams' best score, right, Matt?
Yeah, man, you got it.
You remember that? It was like one of the first streams you kept going on about John Williams, and I'm just like, okay, and you're like, no, John Harrison, like, John Harrison.
And again, that sort of comes back to what I'm talking about. I fucking slipped up and, dude, I've met this guy. That was the first vinyl record that I ever owned since I was 14 years old. I've worshipped this record. I love the soundtrack. I met the dude. He met my son. I know his fucking name, but I said John Williams. But there's still this idea in my head that, oh my God, they're gonna think I'm a fucking poser because I slipped up on his name. There's so many pedantic people out there. Well, actually, you know what I mean. And I can't stand that shit. So.
Well, man,
that's sort of what I'm getting at.
Man, it took me so before I started doing this channel, I tried to stay as anonymous as possible for the most part because I didn't want that reaction. Like I would see, like let's for example, like from the first couple of Living Dead weekends or something that I'd go to, and I would see outside the DoubleTree or something, I'd see like Blasey and Daniel Lowry and a couple people over there talking, and my urge was to be like, I want to go over there and talk too. Like, I want to talk about this stuff because they're talking about, Romero's stuff and stuff that I want to talk about. But I didn't want to be that guy that would show up and just be like, say something wrong or get something wrong and then be just kind of like, oh, who's this fucking poser?
Yeah.
That was my first instinct. That was my first okay, well, I don't want to say nothing. I don't want to fucking embarrass myself in front of like we were talking earlier, like the people that to me, like I put them on a pedestal. I'm like, oh, they know their shit. Like that's who I fucking listen to. That's who I learn from. Right. But of course, once you get to know them, talk to these people, they're as cool as can be, and you don't have to worry about any of that shit. But initially, my fear, my opinion is like you said with the John Williams thing. It's like doing this channel. Like when I first started, like I would be talking and I'd go back and listen and I'd be like, oh man, I got that fucking wrong, or oh, I misspoke. Like that's not right. That's not right. But it doesn't fucking matter. It's like the passion's obviously there. Like, and if I don't know something, I'm open to learning it. I'm open to finding out more information. I love finding out new information. Like, so that shit to me like went out the window pretty quickly as soon as I put myself out there and was just like, fuck it. I want to talk about this stuff. I want to learn about this stuff. And if I get something wrong, fucking correct me. I don't care. But like, I was always afraid of like being like pointed like, oh, poser. Because I mean, like I said, growing up, like I came from playing in bands, punk rock bands, fucking, you know, and of course, you know, you're playing in a band and I used to have friends, and I'm sure it's like you can equate this like childhood trauma or something like that. But I used to have like close friends that would mention a band or something I'd never heard of, and I'd say I've never heard of them. They're like, really? Oh, okay. Or if I say, oh, I really like this band, and they're like, really? I would get that reaction. So I'd always just kind of recoil and just be like, okay, well, I just won't say anything then. But eventually you get older and you realize like, who gives a shit? Like, nobody
you like
cares.
what you like.
Well,
yeah.
It's really what really matters is that it doesn't matter. The people that it doesn't really matter to, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Because the cool people obviously don't care. And it's okay to make a slip every now and then. It's okay to have an opinion or not know every single fucking cast member's name. That's a big issue I have. I can't memorize all these fucking names, dude. All these peripheral zombies and fucking cast members and shit. A lot of times, you know, people will talk about it, and I'm like, who the fuck is that? If I see their face, I know who it is. But,
dude, I have trouble with like main character names sometimes, like even in Romero stuff, like stuff I've seen dozens of times. Perfect example is fucking Jack's wife. It always slips my mind. I can never remember what Jan White's character in that fucking movie is, and I'll just say, "Oh, the Jan White character."
I just say Jan White, or I say Ann Muffley. I don't.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my specialty. The early stuff.
But
yeah, Monkey Shines. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it will slip my mind. I'm like, okay,
well, you know, me from Monkey Shines, right? So
I was thinking about that. I was actually like, it's funny. I was actually thinking about that earlier, just like thinking about the Jan White character in Jack's wife, and then it's Joni, right? But it's like at the I'm just in there thinking, I'm just like, I've seen that movie dozens of times at this point, and I still just either in my mind. And this is a brilliant aspect of that film that I definitely don't think George was going for, but it worked on me for some reason. Like to me, that character is either Jan White or Jack's wife.
Yeah.
Oh,
exactly.
the Jack's wife character, Jack's wife. And
Jack's
that's
wife.
The total point of that movie is that this poor woman is forever stuck in the shadow of being her husband's wife. Like that's all she is. But yeah, man, I totally get what you're saying, and just for like, go ahead.
You see, I felt exactly what you. Of course, I'm joking with the Joan and Shirley thing. I mean, those are their names, but like the idea is, I've always been a fan of this stuff, for like 30 years, but it was only just dawn and night and a little bit of day. That was it. So. I would go to I was always lurking in the background, and finding out stuff, but nothing where I was very involved with the community. So once I ended up meeting Jim through my music things, it's like, well, now I have like, what's the word? It's like almost like a nepotism in a way. Like, well, because I know this guy that knows all this stuff, now I'm privileged to be around all these people. Which is great because I'm a big fan, but then exactly what you were saying is creeping into my head. I'm going, well, I still never saw Night Riders. I've never seen this. And I said, well, I don't want to be where like I'm with Chris Stravakis and I'm with Russ and I'm with all of these people, and I don't know like a tenth of what they know. I said, well, I don't want to embarrass myself because now if I'm going to be friends with Jim where I'm helping him out, I should kind of know what I'm, looking at. So I made it a point to not embarrass myself to say, well, now I'm going to have to watch, Creep Show more and Night Riders and, Martin, which a lot of these movies I've only seen like, 5-6 years ago for like the first time, maybe even less, because I knew of them. I just was only a fan of Dawn. But then I took it upon myself to say, well, I don't want to be that guy that doesn't know what he's talking about, that just happens to know this guy that knows all these people. So I don't want to look foolish. So I made that point to say, well, now I'm going to have to learn this kind of stuff and at least be aware of it. Because I always had that knowledge. But when I did all that Alan stuff, I would have rather someone else have done it. But no one did it. And I wanted to know. So I had to do it, And like when Jim's I remember watching Who's That Ghoul with Jim, and Jim and that's this person. You know what I mean? I'm the guy learning because I wanted to learn. But then as, the stuff that I knew kind of blossomed, then it's like, okay, well, now I'm sort of my responsibility to know this stuff, to not embarrass myself. But it started from that to say, well, I'm now, privileged that I have a rapport with some of these people. And I don't want to look like an idiot because like, well, I've seen Dawn of the Dead, 3,000 times. I've seen Night of the Living Dead, 2,000 times. And I've seen Day of the Dead 400 times. And like, that's it. You know what I mean?
Times.
Like, yeah, I should know more about what I'm talking about to not look foolish. And of course, if people are not like that, nor will I mean, it's only really to like Eric because I talk to him on and off, but in a joking way. But I love learning about this stuff, and now that people sort of see me as one of the guys that has to know these things, I love learning it, and I love like sharing it.
So it's like the burden of just like, oh shit, I'm an expert now. Fuck.
Yeah.
But I wanted to know to begin with. So, but
You're right, everyone
I
should
know
know.
that, yeah. But not everybody knows that stuff. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to look down upon someone because they don't know this stuff. Because like for me, it became my responsibility in a way to like, well, I have to know this stuff. I have to also know who I'm looking for, what their names are. Like I was talking to the guy in my band on New Year's Eve. I said, I know Jack Gibbons' entire family. I know his children's names. I know his wife's name. I know his ex-wife's name. Why do I know this stuff? I don't want to know it. It's just in there that's taking up space that I could be using for something else. You know what I mean?
As long as you remember where you live, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? It's like
John's eventually just going to go off the rails and just be like, I don't know who I am anymore. Like,
Just
wandering the streets saying all these random names and stuff.
Yeah, John Gibbons. Yeah, it'll show up.
So many names. I
didn't ask for these powers.
But it's like in there. But also part of it is like, well, I have to know also, and this is what's important too. When I'm looking at something, I could say like, I know all that stuff already, or oh, this is really important because no one really talks about this, or I know that this means something because it has this person's name that not a lot of people know about. I have to also be able to recognize it. That's what I did at the archives. I was just like, all right, let me scan through all that stuff. Okay, that's not. Oh, this has this guy's name. Well, I'll take a photo. You know what I mean? You have to know what's already out there and what's like actually valuable or interesting. Like, oh, this thing says this, which means this, which blah, blah, and then you start putting everything together because you have this timeline of whatever.
And I think that's important too. I think some people like it's like if they don't know something, they want to say something, they want to find out just so they can fit in or whatever. And it's just like, no, it's like find out what you want to find out because you're interested, you're genuinely interested, and you want to learn about this stuff. If you don't know something, who gives a shit? Like if you're not interested in it, like it's like for me, I feel that way a lot about like movies. Like goddamn, like when I'm on this stream sometimes and people are throwing out all these movies, they're like, how have you not seen this movie? And I'm just like, I don't know, I just never have. Like I don't know. It's
dude,
like
I'm the king of that.
We talked about that before. You're just like, I've seen nothing. Like I don't really like movies. I just like these movies. And I'm just like, okay,
I can always tell when we start talking about different movies and stuff, and John just gets real quiet. It's just back here. I'm like, oh, that's he doesn't watch them.
Well,
I forgot you don't watch new movies.
Too. The same with music stuff too. Alan Holdsworth was a jazz fusion guy. So when I talk to these people, they're like really big. Oh, you must know. I don't. I can't even name you a song from any of these people because I don't listen to that whole thing. I just know this one thing, and I know a lot of it. So sometimes it makes it difficult in that kind of way to communicate with other people.
Scottish Force is demanding we let Michelle talk. So Michelle,
he has a thing for you.
What's that?
You got a big fan
I
in
know
the
you,
chat, Michelle.
you have a new
there we
fan.
go.
Ben Gebhardt, watch out. You're no longer Michelle's biggest fan now.
And puppy dog
that's right. I
following you
forgot
around
about
there.
him. That's right. I got my picture taken with him.
Oh.
I got.
Go ahead,
I got
Michelle.
nothing.
We've been told to shut up here by Scottish Force, so the floor is yours. We're done.
Okay, well then, what's your and anybody's dream physical release? Like boutique label. What boutique label would you want? What's your dream? And I know, like, what would it be? That hasn't come out yet.
I know mine, but I don't care who releases it.
Okay. What is it?
I want the version of Dawn that George sent over to Dario. Complete library music with all the scenes, everything completely uncut. I mean, I would love any of the crazy stuff from Night, but who knows? It's hard to tell if that stuff actually exists or not. But I would go with that. That's like my number. That it might exist out there. I don't care who puts it out. Second Sight did a great job with the 4K, so give it to them for sure. But that's easily my number one.
You think that could be something that we would get after Richard no longer has the rights to it? Because I'm sure he has to.
Oh, that's a good question.
Either him or somebody has to have that cut somewhere. Because I mean, that's the version that they sent to Dario. So you would think that there's got to be
Dario would probably have it. Well, because the thing is, when I talked to Mike about this, like, well, the Italians respected George's work, and when you look at the film, it's kind of like the Argento cut seems like it's one generation off. So it's almost like they took the version that George sent and then they made a copy of that, and then they edited from that instead of the version that George sent, because you'd have to have the video and then and the audio separate, because they changed the music, the special effects, the dialogue is there, unless he just sent the dialogue track. No, the special effects is there because the carousel music and the jungle music are considered special effects. So they're like special effect music. So they're in the Argento version. But also there's weird things like the most interesting thing about whatever that is the Japanese TV version, and I have that in my video that I made, is the only cut that says Laurel Presents or something like that. The Laurel Group presents. I believe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it's the Argento version with the U.S. credits, and like that doesn't exist. So they had to have gotten that from the Argento cut, and that Argento cut must have those credits in there somewhere, that original version that George sent over. Because why else would the Japanese have it? So that version might be floating around somewhere, and that version would probably say on the front, Laurel Group, not Herman Steinman and Billy Baxter.
I've never thought of that, but yeah, you're totally right.
Yeah.
Was that the same font? Go ahead.
No.
Was that the same font style at the beginning of Knight Riders, where it says United Film Distribution Group presents, and then it cuts to like the movie?
I don't think so. No, because it's the same.
I thought it was.
That one is the same exact font that's in the rest of the U.S. credits. I think the Knight Riders credits are different. I have to, because I'm seeing it in my head, but I'm not 100% sure if I'm looking at it correctly. But that credit sequence is the one that's like the most interesting because of the Japanese TV version, because it's the Argento cut with the U.S. credits and that unique title screen, and that's sort of what gives it away that George must have had that, sent that over to Dario, because the Japanese took the Argento cut and they tightened it up. They made it shorter. It doesn't have any U.S. exclusive scenes in it. So I don't know how that happened, or and then of course they only got the video. They didn't get the audio because they completely redid the audio, which is why they did all new music and they took all the Goblin stuff and they did the translation, and the special effects are different too.
I think if I were to, I'm with you on that. I think I'd love to see if Dawn of the Dead, when Dawn of the Dead gets a 4K release in the U.S., the company I would like to see do it is what?
Oh, that's for Grande. He wanted to know if it was for any physical, any movie. I mean, yep. Keep going. Sorry.
I'm just gonna say I would love to see Criterion do a proper restoration and release of Dawn of the Dead. I think they could really do some good stuff with that.
I was thinking Criterion and Dawn of the Dead. That was going to be mine.
2 years, guys. 2 years. Dawn is 50. All I'm saying.
We need a Criterion of the Night 30th anniversary edition. So
I want to ask, why does it have to be US?
Oh my god!
What's the difference? Why why would the second sight one not be? If it's 4K, it's region free. You know, why is it?
We need a US version. We need a proper US region A release. A full huge ass box set.
Well, all the special
and some of the color features
are Blu-ray.
I think the special features are region locked.
Yeah, but that's just special features.
I agree, but I just meant for the people that don't have a all region.
And on that transfer on the Dawn 4K at second sight did, it looks great, but to me, some of the color timing on that's a little bright. Like the greens are really green in that, and it looks fine, but I think from what I've heard from various individuals, it shouldn't be that fucking green. It shouldn't be that bright and vibrant.
The color's very vibrant. I noticed that. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, Gornick supervised it. But yeah, I don't know. I just think I'd love to see what Criterion would do, like bonus feature wise, especially like you said. There's a bunch of stuff that I'm sure, a bunch of stuff out there somewhere that bonus feature wise Larry's dailies of the first day of shooting. I'm sure there's more of that out there somewhere. Love to see that, which
well, that's also what I was saying would be great, whatever Richard has. That's why I did that little video with all those little trims, where the one where Steven was it Rogers helping Steven and they both fall on each other. There could be all these little funny scenes that are in there. Hopefully we're not lost to time. That would be great to see, or all those extra shots. That would, if we're going to be completely honest, I want to see every frame that was shot for Dawn of the Dead. Every single one, all 27 hours of it.
That'd be a wet dream.
Yeah.
Synapse. Yeah, I would say Synapse and Don May would do it justice to in the US, Larry. I'll agree with that as well.
I'd like to see a nice big box set. I know it wouldn't sell really, except for to us, but nice big one of Knight Riders with a book of essays and the whole kit and caboodle like they did with Dawn. That would be beautiful. Second sight would be my choice.
Knight Riders
Fold
definitely
out poster.
That'd be amazing.
Definitely needs a 4K for sure. Yeah. Because the Scare Flare vinyl that they did, the way they did that with the little flyer cool insert and all that, give me some of that,
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm down with that. We all know that Day of the Dead's gonna have the 4K coming out. I'm guessing
4K,
this year from
Hopefully.
Scream Factory, and then I think Second Sight has the rights to do it. I'm pretty sure Second Sight has the rights to do it over in the UK. So I'm guessing they're gonna really do it up, because when Second Sight does anything, it's going to be this thick, and there's going to be everything with it.
But that's exciting.
First day purchase.
I'm very much looking forward to that. Yeah, absolutely. That'll be an instant purchase.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
One thing though, I would love to see on that, if they could pull it off. I'd love to get a cast commentary on that with Laurie, Terry, Jarlath. I'd love to get an actual cast commentary, because that hasn't been done before. They had the Roger Avery commentary. They had the commentary with George and Cletus Anderson and Tom Savini and Laurie, and then they had over in the UK in the Arrow version, they had the commentary with Greg and Howard Berger, and I think Mike Tursick was on there. Mike Deek, I know, was on that one. But I would love to just get a cast commentary, get Amplis, get kind of like what they did with Dawn of the Dead, when they got the main 4 cast members to do the commentary.
That's my favorite commentary of all time.
It's one of the most fun commentaries, and to me,
I love it.
Those Day of the Dead cast members are still so close. They're still so friendly, and there's such a camaraderie there between them. I think that'd be such a fun commentary to listen to. So yeah, that's just kind of a little bit, but obviously the big one for me, I don't care how we get it or who does it, but it's the Martin black and white cut. Give me that.
The black and white cut. Yeah.
If you can find a way to do some kind of restoration on that, and Criterion wants to put it out, I'll be happy. I don't give a fuck who puts it out. I just want to see it.
I'd be happy with all these. I'd be very happy with all of these. Yeah.
I'll be.
One of my favorite commentaries is the Stravakis Savini commentary. I love that.
Yeah. We need more like that. See, so many releases now have the commentary with the film historians and shit. And it's just like these people I don't care to fucking listen to. Like I'm sure they're knowledgeable and they have connections and stuff, but I don't care about Betsy Jackson doing a commentary for Dawn of the Dead or whatever. It's like I don't, it's fine. But what about
the people that were involved in the project?
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like as time goes on, there's less and less of those people you know. So get them while you can. Like get them. Like I'm so glad that Felcher was able to pull together that Dawn commentary with the main 4 cast members for the Anchor Bay release, because you got all them back together after all those years, Dave Emge and Galen and all those, and it was just like, in listening to it, it just felt like you were
there with them.
And it's interesting because it's
and you're all friends.
That they're not familiar.
Sing it now.
It's the only way I like watching the Argento cut, to be fair. I don't like the Argento cut.
What about you, Synth? Is there anything that you would love to see come out, get a nice restoration, or?
I mean, the thing that John mentioned about that cut that was sent to Argento, that would be pretty awesome to unearth. But I would imagine it's not stored very well, probably, right? A lot of this stuff doesn't get taken care of, right?
Well, Rubenstein has it.
Oh, he does.
If Rubenstein has it in his possession or in a safe,
Well, that's the problem.
He has the code for it.
He wouldn't have it because George, after he completed the film, in order to get because they had to. They had to sign a license, not a license, I forgot, like a promissory note where the Italians were like, okay, we'll give you this line of credit for $250,000, but you have to deliver us the movie by this time. And then they borrowed against it. So if they didn't deliver the movie on that time, they'd have to be on the hook for all that money. So they took they finished the print that they needed to do, and then they sent it over to Dario, said, do what you want with it. And then George continued saying, these are all the scenes that are in the film in order. And you can pretty much cut it any way you like, and it'll have some sort of cohesive narrative to it. If you want to trim this or whatever, he had to put all the scenes in order. So he got it, and I think just made a copy of it. But that's not something that Rubenstein would have. That's something that Dario, the Italians, would have. Now I think it was KOCH Media. I think there, because I was like,
Media or whatever.
What's the last Argento release that came out? And I think it was from them. It was like the French Midnight one, I think.
Midnight Factory, I think it was called.
There's been a bunch. They did this zombie Midnight Factory that
the
Nicholas Winding
Refn.
Yeah, because I don't know if they'll. I don't know if they'll have it, but like whoever has the rights to it probably has it somewhere. Obviously, it's not in Dario's vault. It's just like, these are all the things probably that we have. And,
oh shit!
What's that, a book?
They all fell.
What are you doing?
Was that a book?
I was pulling out all the fucking Blu-rays up here. No, it fell down.
I don't remember that Blu-ray. It looked like a book. But if anyone would have it, hopefully someone preserved it somewhere. Because again, that might be the only version that exists. And the only reason why the Cannes cut exists is because before George took the negative and cut it, Richard made a 16 millimeter print of it. And every copy of the Cannes cut is sourced from that. Now, what they did for the second sight release to maintain the quality is that they only inserted the scenes from the Cannes cut in the US version. And and of course you have the unbroken audio because that's easy to do. But every version of the Cannes cut is from that 16 millimeter. I think it was 16 millimeter. I don't think he made a 35 millimeter copy of the negative because those scenes, don't exist in the reel. They might have the trims for it somewhere. I don't know. So Richard was smart to preserve that, else it would have been lost to time. That's why I would love to see, what else he has. I mean, they've never heard of the Dawn of the Dead work print. Work print? And I know that something might exist because also in that video that I did, I was picking out scenes, and there's the Roy Frumkis in Document of the Dead has the scene of the Miguel zombie Gary Peabody apartment scene where it uses the Argento scenes. Not that it uses, but it has the Argento scenes and the U.S. scenes with complete library music. and the scene of Clayton McKinnon and Scott pulling Renee Banks all the way to the ground is like that doesn't exist in any version of the film. It's like too long because the one scene they're almost all the way down on the ground, and then the next one they're straight up.
That's right.
And I think I asked it was through Matt Blasi to ask Roy Frumkes, like, where did you get that? You know, how did you get these scenes from Richard? Because there's other things, like all the stuff that's in Document of the Dead, a lot of those scenes are a little different. They're either mixed differently or something about them is different. Mm-hmm. They had to have come from some work print. That might be the version that George sent over. Like, that might have been what it would have looked like. And then, you know, like I said, from there, George
continued a lot of sense. Yeah. Because, I mean, because a lot of Document of the Dead, I think. So I remember hearing Roy Frumkes talk about, because there's footage of George editing in Document of the Dead. That was actually shot by Mike Gornick and sent to Roy Frumkes after the fact. So yeah, probably right around the time that was probably George putting together that long big cut, and then that was the version that was probably sent to Roy Frumkes to use the clips from. Yeah.
When you talk to when you talk to Norm England, I want you to mention this, because this is the first time Larry and I got into the only time that Larry and I got into a little bit of a tiff. When I first joined,
I'll write it down.
What?
I'm going to write this down. Go ahead, so I don't forget.
When I first joined the Dawn of the Dead group, I said, "Where's that 3-hour version of Dawn of the Dead?" And Larry goes, "It doesn't exist." I went, "Well, I remember reading about it because it's, you know, I read about it somewhere." Eventually, I think he deleted the comment or something. Like, this was like my first post in the Dawn of the Dead group. But I found it. It was on Norm England's website when he met George on the Resident Evil shoot. He asked him directly about the 3-hour cut, and George said it was only interlock, which I think is like their way of saying, like, it just had all the scenes put together. Like, nothing was like really married. So it was like something that only existed on the editing bench. They never made like an actual print of it.
Right.
You can ask Norm asking George about the 3-hour Dawn of the Dead cut, and also I think there's a 2000 the first Dawn reunion that they had with Ken Foray and Baffico and all those people. Ken Foray says that he remembers seeing Dawn of the Dead like before, you know, like George putting it together. It was like 3.5 hours or something. So that whatever, you know, work print thing that George had was taking all the scenes and putting them together, and then I guess, you know, watching it, reducing it, and saying, hey, this is not important. You know, this scene is like the scene when Roger catches Stephen when he falls from the thing. The only place that could have been was right when Ken is taking the green the green wheelbarrow. That's the only place that scene could have taken place in. And it's like George's like, well, this is a really funny scene, but it kind of breaks the tension of them trying not to you know. So it's like, oh, what else of those little things could be in there? But I would imagine that's like that 3-hour version, or that might have had that stuff in there.
I know the screenplay, because we looked at the actual original screenplay in the archive, and it's like 200 and something pages long. So I wouldn't be shocked if there is a 3-hour cut, because I mean, they shot a ton.
Yeah, but I'm thinking the improvisational aspect of it. You know, like the first half of it was more storyboard, and then once George got into the mall and did all that stuff, oh, let's take a little bit of this. You know, like there's that one of the other scenes that's in the George Anderson interview when they showed Night of the Living Dead for the first time in February '78. Just a shot of zombies just walking.
Yeah,
just a great shot. You know, and even in the dailies. You know, out of that whole thing, I don't know, like a couple of minutes.
And you would think,
there's so many extra setups and shots of just zombies walking. You know, so
and you would think, like, coming off of Martin and the fact that Martin had such a long cut, because they had the freedom to just run and shoot as much as possible, they probably did the exact same thing on Dawn, because I mean, they were very. It's like, that's the thing with Dawn of the Dead. It's like, if you're shooting, like normally on a film, like you have a certain, like, okay, we have to everything. Money is time, time is money, and we have a certain amount of time to get these specific shots, and we have to cut this and this and this. Whereas, like, I felt like in Dawn of the Dead, it was like they were just running and gunning, because there are some shots, even in the Argento cut, that you can tell were not very like properly lit or done right. And those are some of the shots that George ended up cutting out, but some of the shots that Argento ended up putting into the film. So I would beg to guess, like, maybe there are a lot of those type of shots that are out there that that have never been seen before, that George just was like, okay, this looks like shit, let's not use it, type of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know, man.
Did you highlight Larry's thing about the cans cut from the 16 millimeter print?
I did. I was going to bring that up. So Larry's saying, I always thought the cans cut was from a 16 millimeter print. So I recently looked at the first VHS. It says it was taken from a 35 millimeter CRI.
I think color reversal something, because I think he's right, because I'm looking at the box set, and it says for the extended cut produced using the 4K scan of the theatrical cut original camera negative and 4K scan of the extended cut color reversal internegative, which is the CRI. But it doesn't list that it's 35 millimeter. So if it says, so that's good to know that actually was 35 millimeter, not 60. I could be wrong, because I think every version that came out like back in the day was sourced from like a 16 millimeter print of it. I could be wrong about that. That's a little bit before my time, but
I forgot. Is the can cut the same as the extended mall hours that they call it sometimes? Is it the same?
No, because that's the Argento and extended cut combined.
Oh, right. Okay, right.
Yeah, I had Jeff was asking about that. What's everybody's thoughts on the extended mall version of Dawn of the Dead, which is kind of like just a fan cut, which originally I think was called the red version or something over in Germany. That's the first one I remember seeing, the red edition. There's actually like a little mini documentary. I think it's on YouTube actually. We're showing the guys that are actually cutting it and putting it together on their like little VHS editing bay. But I remember seeing that. I remember seeing it for the first time, and it's distracting because the music cues are all out of whack and all over the place. But over the years, they've kind of refined it, where it's a little more seamless in some of the cuts with the better technology, as opposed to the original version, which was you could only do so much with the tape that they were using. But I think it's fine. My opinion on it, I wouldn't show it to somebody who wasn't already a fan. I made that mistake once where I was like showing it to somebody and they were just like, this is really long. And like they were the transitions were kind of like the music transition, especially were kind of so
it looks
jarring.
amateurish. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, they were just like, oh, well, that kind of came out of nowhere. So if you're a fan, I love it just because it's like the most complete version we got. But at the same time, I probably wouldn't. That wouldn't be my introduction. Movie
I remember when I bought it bootlegs back in like the late 90s. It was all in German. But I think I don't think the version that George sent over would be really any different from like what people have made, like the fan versions of the the extended mall cut, except it would have a more unbroken soundtrack. It'd have a seamless soundtrack, because I don't think there's any scene that Argento cut and George cut that would have been in it. You know what I mean? Like if George made this whole version, I don't think they both. It's possible, so there could be some scene in there that they both omitted, but I'm pretty sure that it's probably about that length.
This is a fun question from Mutant Dumas. What's up, Mutant Dumas? Here's a question for the Romero Fan: which is better, zombies from a virus origin or a supernatural origin? It's kind of a fun little question. We'll go around the round table with here before we start wrapping things up. We're about 3.5 hours in, so I'll let you guys get to bed at some point tonight. Paul, what do you like better, virus or supernatural origin?
I'd say a virus origin. It just seems more plausible than some supernatural thing. Because supernatural thing can go in all sorts of different directions. And virus is like, okay, now we have how it happened. We have a source. We can like deal with it. Whereas supernatural, well, probably can't control it. So it's really going to get worse. I mean, it's going to get worse with a virus. But I think it's at least we have a reason. So
I think this question boils down to which do you prefer, Dawn of the Dead or Fulci Zombie? I think that's what it really boils down to. Which do you prefer? Which?
Yeah.
What do you say, Michelle? What do you think?
Virus. Yeah, everything that Paul just said, and even though it would mean I would just have to work probably even more than I already do now if it was a virus, because I be fucking Armageddon, I'd still have to go to work. Yeah.
Well, you would be an essential worker.
Absolutely.
What we've called them. See, Synth, what do you think?
Essential Parsonator.
Being a science nerd, definitely viral bacterial, just because it makes more sense. It's also grounded, so it makes real life. It makes it scarier because it's more like an extension of real life. It could really happen, although obviously it can't really happen. But whereas the supernatural stuff, you can go on all these different tangents, and I've seen stuff that was supernatural that was fun, just like vampires are supernatural, but it's kind of like the whole, like, do you like Star Wars with midichlorians or with the Force as some kind of spiritual thing,
John, supernatural or virus?
I'll be the oddball one and say supernatural, because I don't particularly care. So not like I couldn't care less. Like the George, like how the zombies got there, they're just there, and I think that works better.
You just want to know who plays the zombies.
Yeah, so I think that to me, when I think of supernatural, I think of it more just like there is no reason. That's how I think of it. Like it's just like they're just there. So I would probably lean to, if that's not what the person meant, then I would still not choose.
I think supernatural means something not of this world. I think that would apply, something
like
that's
spiritual
outside of the natural order of things.
We have no control over it.
Yeah, like George always said, God changed the rules because to him it wasn't important. And of course, it's a big misnomer. George has backtracked on this. Yes, Night of the Living Dead is radiation. Always radiation. They kind of backpedal that afterwards, but I think backpedaling it probably works out better. Where it's not important. We're in this thing now that we have to try to.
I think that explanation works if Night of the Living Dead was a standalone film. I think that works for if it was just a standalone thing. But from where George was taking the movies from then on out, I think it works better that's what they assumed it was, but that's just our futile way of trying to rationalize what's happening. But it's not really.
Plus the Venus probe, it would be a localized phenomenon. There would be that much radiation on a small probe coming back to contaminate the entire Earth.
Well, the thing is that they say the way that it's described in the news reports is that it's spreading. It's like, it's in this local area, but it's in the southeastern portion of Texas. It's like in that general area of the East Coast, but it's widening out because I think the way that it was shot. That's why when it's like, if it was supernatural, it all should have happened at once. If it's radiation, it makes more sense that it kind of localizes and kind of spreads out as it covers the Earth. Now, the other thing I'll bring up, because it just reminded me, is George had also said that they filmed a couple of other sequences, whether it's the radio report or the news report, about other sources, and they just stuck with radiation. I don't know how much of that is true or not, because as we know, there's only about 3.5 minutes that we know that absolutely were cut out of Night of the Living Dead, because we have the work print with the unbroken audio. So we don't have the scenes, but we know, like, okay, there should be something in this length. Now, this I found was interesting. George, you know how he always talks about those 10 minutes? It became like a thing. I gave this to Jim, and I gave it to I think I gave it to Jim, and then Jim gave it to Gary to ask about this. But I want to try to find it here as I'm stalling for time. There was an ad in like 1972 where George, it was somewhere in like Detroit. It's an ad that said they were going to screen the Crazies, and with the Crazies, George was also bringing. Is this it?
Ooh, we're gonna get a scoop.
Yes.
Right.
Actually, can I show this on screen? Can I share my screen?
Yeah, you should be able to.
I'll share my screen. See if I can do this so you can see I'm not making this up. Share screen. Yeah, I'll see this. Can I do this one? No, not that one. Yes, here. See if that comes up.
The anticipation is building. Oh, I see something here.
It's like an Ari Aster movie.
Can you see it?
All right. I got it right here.
Okay. So it says right there, George Romero. This is from September 1973 from Filmmakers Newsletter, Volume 6, Issue 11. Special guest George Romero, director of Night of the Living Dead. 2 special showings, The Crazies, his new color film, and Night of the Living Dead with 10 minutes not in release print.
Ooh.
And
I said, this
is 1973.
That's cool.
And it was also like written somewhere else. Like it wasn't like a mistake. It seemed to be written twice. I'll stop sharing now. So I'm going like maybe that was filmed and was like never actually put in the first place. But we know because I mean like, that was only 6 years after the movie came out. 10 minutes is like that's a big jump. So it was like, what is this? What could this be? So maybe that was some of the stuff that they filmed. George also said that they filmed a little bit more about Ben's backstory, but I don't know where that could have been. So who knows what that actually is and what stuff could be in there. If, it actually was 10 minutes, it was true. But apparently.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You don't think that was bullshit, do you?
No, because it's too new. Like
just
George,
a marketing plug.
There was about 10 minutes left.
Richard Rubenstein showed up and was like, "Hey, just fuck them. Tell them there's 10 extra minutes. Nobody will know the difference." Because back then there was no like VHS or anything. Nobody could go back and check it. They just see it at the theater and then go about their life.
Right.
Yeah, but that's the only ad I've ever seen that had a mention of like 10 minutes or like
Never seen that. Never even heard of that. But there would be that.
Yeah, well, George, he was, going around to places and showing the Crazies and showing Night and like doing speakings and stuff like that. But that was the first time where I saw something where it said like, oh, they're going to bring this unreleased version with 10 extra minutes. And again, it could have those other explanations that are in there that George maybe wasn't making up. But again, the problem is we can only go by, what people are saying because we have no proof of it. That's one of the things I kind of like,
yeah.
When someone tells me something, can I go and look at it? We don't have any of that stuff anymore. Or if it's out there, no one knows where it is to verify. Like, oh, yeah, we found the whole, we found the reel. And these are all the scenes that were missing from Night of the Living Dead finally. That's really the Holy Grail. But that's more like
that's like a Holy Grail of like, it's like you don't know if it really exists. Type of thing. But if it does, like that's the thing,
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
I want to put that out there.
All right. What about you, Matt? What do you like? Larry says Larry says radiation from the space probe explanation fits perfectly with the space themed library music used, actually backing up that explanation. So I kind of dig that. Makes sense. What do you think, Matt?
And then real quick, I got one more to toss around. It's really easy, if you don't mind. But I think the supernatural element is scarier to me. Not knowing where it comes from, not knowing the root cause. A virus you can kind of pinpoint, you can kind of possibly get to the issue and fix it. But if it's supernatural, you don't know. And also, it's beyond our comprehension. The supernatural could be anything. It could be space. It could be spiritual. It could be celestial. You know what I mean? There's no telling. And I think that's scarier because there's no way to sort of attack that and to fix the problem. So, different movies, I saw somebody talking about voodoo, like in Zombie. I mean, that's creepy to think about. Anything that has to do with any sort of higher power causing this or causing the zombie, whatever. I mean, to me, that's just scarier. I don't know. Because you can't attack it, you can't fix it.
Yeah.
I think that's the unsettling. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like the unsettling thing, in Day of the Dead when John's talking about you ain't never gonna figure it out because he kind of he's like it's not our job to figure his shit out. It's like it's like it's like what George said. It's like God changed the rules, like, and that's just how it is, and there's nothing you can do about it. So, yeah, I've always found that more fascinating than.
But maybe he thought we were getting too big for our britches. You know, I mean, that's fucking scary.
Too big for our britches.
His shit out.
There you go.
Yeah, I think we're all split on this one because I think I like the supernatural as well. I like the idea. You know, it's like, you know, like I said, John's explanation in Day. It's just like it's not our job to figure it out. It's just the way it is now, and it's just why worry about it. And I think, I don't know. I just think that works better. It's more mysterious. And I love the fact that George never gave a rock solid explanation or even hinted at one, you know, maybe outside of night, but yeah, you know.
I think that is George's explanation is John's monologue.
Pretty much, yeah. I think that was George speaking through his character for sure.
Because after that, it's never mentioned.
Yeah.
I don't think it's ever mentioned again in Land. They don't talk about it. They don't talk about it in Diary. They don't talk about it in Survival. I don't think. It's like, you know, that's it. This is the last you're going to hear about this. You know, there is
Diary. They were too busy. Don't mess with Texas, y'all. Type of shit. It's like, oh Jesus. They weren't too concerned about it in general, but go ahead, Matt. What was your? We'll end on this one. What's your last topic here? Unless anybody else has anything they want to get in before we go.
Paul had a whole bunch of.
Anybody?
Paul had something he wanted to.
Paul's got a whole.
I'll save him for the.
Okay.
I'll save him for the next time because
right. Okay. I am quite curious about yours, but let's hear what Matt. Let's hear what your question is.
We'll stick with the Living Dead weekend theme since we're 6 months out, halfway there. I think I've asked this before. I can't remember. I know I've talked to some of you, but like John, I don't think I know your answer. You know, since we've all been to the Monroeville Mall, the first time that you went or whenever, what was the moment, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the first time that you walked through the doors, but what was the moment that it like really sank in or kind of actually sank into your bones that you were at the mall where they filmed Dawn of the Dead? Like when it finally kicked in, like, holy shit, was there like an emotional reaction? Was there some sort of like aha moment where it's like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm actually here. Like I'm finally realizing this is happening. For me, it was probably, I want to say 2 days in to the mall, having visited the mall, and my son and I were playing laser tag in the back part of the arcade. Like, so right around the biker entrance there's that arcade in the back. You can play zombie laser tag. And there was just something about, it was just me and him. Nobody else was in there with us. And my wife stayed outside and we were just running around fucking shooting laser tag. And it just hit me right there. I was like, oh my God, I'm doing something, like it's just me and my son. And I've dreamt of this place since I was like 14 years old, 13 years old. Never thought I'd make it here. Here I am. And I'm sharing this experience with my son that I didn't get to have. And it was almost like this weird gift to that kid, you know, that didn't get to experience this. And I was sort of giving it to my son. And it just, I don't know what it was, man. I just like welled up and it just fucking hit me. I was like, oh my God, I've made it here. Like I remember specifically sitting in my bedroom and looking at a poster on the wall and thinking about the mall and going, I'll never make it. I'll never get there. And having actually visited the mall and been there and been able to experience this with him and for myself and for that kid, that was the moment for me. I just broke. I was like, I can't believe this is actually happening. So are there any similar experiences, or was there a moment for anybody that where it just kicked, like, holy shit, this is actually happening? Maybe not the initial shock of walking through the doors, but like a day or two later, like, oh my God, I'm actually here.
I went in 2007. Yeah, 2007 was the first time I went. On my honeymoon with my now ex-husband, and best ex-husband ever. And he was like, what do you want to do for your honeymoon? I'm like, I want to go to the Monroeville Mall. And he's like, what? I'm like, that's number one place on earth. That's where I'd like to go. And he's like,
fucking
okay,
awesome.
He's like, I mean, he wasn't a big Dawn fan, but he was like, sure, if you want to go there, then we'll go there. So we went to New York first for a week, and then we rented a car and drove to Pittsburgh. And I've got the map out because, of course, this is pre-GPS and stuff, or at least we didn't have GPS. And I'm like, I had the Monroeville Mall circled. I still have that piece of the map actually with the Monroeville Mall circled and circled and circled.
Awesome.
And I'm like, oh my God, we're almost there. We're almost there. We're going up this, the drive. I'm like, holy fuck, there it is. I was like, oh, and we parked the car, and it was like, and we got there late. So, because Jesus Christ, Pennsylvania's, big. So we got there late. The mall was going to close, like, I think probably within an hour or something. I'm like, I don't care. Drop everything. Like, we're not going to the hotel. We're going straight to the mall. I don't care. We're going to the mall tonight. So we got there, and he took a picture of me, actually, and I still have it. I'm walking into the mall like this from behind, and you can just see me like with my arms out, and I cried. We walked in, and I was just like, this is my dream. I am at my, I've always wanted to come here. Being from Nova Scotia.
So it was a special place in your life, basically.
Yes,
yeah.
It was a special place.
Yeah.
It was, being from Nova Scotia, you never think you're going to go down. That's where you're going to go. Like, you just, get to, we're a tiny little province. We're in the fucking East Coast Canada. It takes forever to even get out of the province, let alone go anywhere. So it was amazing. And I felt the same way when I finally got to go back in 2022, and I walked in and I was like, oh my God, this is where I've been wanting to come back so bad.
It's
and
the smell.
Waterworks started. It was just,
Yeah.
There's a smell right when you first walk in. There's that weird smell of mall and popcorn and
Pretzels.
Annie Ann's.
Yeah.
It has
And linoleum.
but no other mall smells like it. I don't know how to explain it, but there's a vibe to it. I don't know.
Jason and I talked about that 2 years ago on his first trip up there. When I first met him, it was on the second story, and I guess he came in from one of the other entrances, and he said, "Oh, I'm looking for that smell. I haven't found that smell yet." I was like, "Walk downstairs and go to the biker entrance. That's where you're going to smell it. As soon as you walk in those doors, woof! It smelled exactly how I thought the mall would smell as soon as I walked in."
Yes.
It's such a great
I don't know how to explain it, but I remember watching that movie all those years, and like, I could smell the mall. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I could smell that mall, and as soon as I walked in, it has that fucking smell. It's like a sweet
familiar. You just knew it.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know.
Although we don't have the decaying corpses, but
yeah.
Probably, yeah. Gotta go to the freezer for that.
Place is going to be rotten.
Freezer, yeah, exactly.
What about you, John?
Oh, mine's, kind of boring. It was really just the first time I went to the mall, driving down the James Street extension, because I went in 2006. I think May of 2006. Actually, I went to go to the mall because I was like, hey, I've been a fan of this movie for 10 years at this point, and I should go because it's not too far away. It's just far enough, but now, how old was I? 23. I was like, I can drive, I can do these things. I'm just gonna go. And I actually met someone there at the mall. I met another lady person. That was a long time ago, and it just happened to work out. And I remember driving down, I think it was 79, and seeing the sign for Evans City, and like, oh yeah, like, wow, okay, we're getting there. And I said, okay, we have to go to the mall, and I have to drive down the extension, because it's very weird to know the entire layout of a place from like 30 years ago that you've never been to.
Yes.
And then to see that it actually is like that. So, I purposely, like, the first time I'm driving, I have to drive down the entrance. So I took, the long way, and I'm in this residential area, and I make the right, I'm going down, and then it was like Moses parting the sea. It was just, and there it was. And I'm just like, I'm driving down where the bikers came down, right there, because it's now I'm in the movie. I'm seeing what the bikers, even though it's the perspective is off because they'd have to actually go to the right and go. Yeah. But the idea, then it's like hits you like, oh, you can't go straight. You have to get to make a right to go to the biker entrance. But it was just that simple, and I walked around the mall in a daze. I walked over the bridge. I went to JCPenney's. I went down the escalator. I think I went in the elevator. I don't remember. I think I might have just looked at the elevator. Because
the elevator was out of order when I went. I got a picture of it with
I
the
always
chase
heard
you
those
away
stories
to
that the JCPenney's elevator was always out of order.
And I had the worst Chinese food of my life in the mall, which was a bad idea.
I think it's gotten better over the years, though. I think it's gotten better over the years.
I give you Charlie's.
Maybe it's a new place.
But I think I was
it.
in the mall for maybe an hour, and it was a lot smaller than I remember. Because it looked like, it's a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be. It's about the size of the mall that was near me. And those malls were very similar. It had the 3 anchor stores, and it had a water fountain in the middle, even though the water fountain in the mall. So, it was like, oh, this is like the mall near me, how similar it kind of is. But it was really just driving down the extension, because, that, to me, that extension to the biker entrance, is my favorite part, period.
Yeah.
So having to experience that for the first time and going wow, all those things that I've seen a bajillion times, it exists. And the only other way that I can describe it is, when you talk about somebody that, a famous person, that someone you really admire that died before maybe you were even born, and it's almost like John Lennon. I don't know how. Synth, you were old enough when John Lennon was killed. I don't know if anyone else was.
I was alive.
Yeah, okay, but he almost lived in a different time, and he only exists in pictures. I met Chris Novoselic from Nirvana a few times, and him talking about Kurt was really weird, because it's oh, Kurt did exist, was a real person. It wasn't just this guy that I've seen in the in a newspaper. Or in a photograph. We're having an account of something that exists, and that's kind of what it felt like. It was very surreal. I know where everything is in this mall, and I've never been to it. It was a very interesting feeling, but it felt very. I think you said it was almost like a religious experience. It's as stupid as it sounds to some people. Going to Mecca. That's kind of what it was like for us. There it is. The thing that we've been watching for a bajillion times, we're now in it. We can now see it. We're experiencing it. It was, so yeah. Every other time you get a little, I don't know if I should say numb to it, but you get, used to what those things are. It's not that it's always magical, but it'll never be like that first time.
It's like sex. Yeah. It's like sex. Nothing will ever beat the first time.
No, never beat the first
Another way
time.
of putting it.
Well, hopefully better than the first time, but yeah. So.
Yeah, you get more familiar with the layout the more you go. But there's nothing quite like going through that entrance for the first time.
Yeah.
What about you, Paul?
It was April 2018, and me and 2 of my bandmates and 2 other friends, we did a road trip. We did the pilgrimage to the mall, then we did Evans City, and we were doing Cinema Wasteland in Cleveland that weekend. So we drove out there on Thursday from Milwaukee to Monroeville, and I was just holy fuck, we're actually going to the mall. Oh my God. So, you start to see signs for Monroeville. You're getting close to Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, and we're passed through downtown Pittsburgh. I'm oh, this is awesome. All right, let's get to Monroeville. So we got there, and we were talking okay, how do we get into this place? I'm well, you guys, there's this one street we got to go down. It curves down. It goes to the mall. I'm oh, okay, is that the one where the bikers go down? I'm yes, that's the one. So I had the map. I'm it's called James Street North or whatever, and we're going down that. And we put the Goblin score on as we're going down there, and I'm holy fucking shit, this is actually happening. And it's just like John said, it opens up the fucking parting of the Red Sea.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the mall, and there's everything's there. We made a big, huge lap around the whole parking lot, the whole building, and then parked right by the biker entrance. And we're standing there looking around this is where all of this stuff happened. These key scenes. they weren't as big of fans of Dawn as I was at the time, and I'm just like, I'm almost shaking this. I couldn't believe I was actually like in the parking lot, not even inside the mall yet. So we go in the doors and we're standing inside the biker entrance, and we did our zombie poses outside the doors. The guy in his shorts, the big fat guy in his shorts and everything. And
Splash King of Monroeville.
Of course, yeah. And then we make our way further into the mall, and I'm looking around like I am actually standing in the fucking spot where Dawn of the Dead was filmed, and it was unreal. I mean, obviously it changed significantly at the time. The fountains was gone, pennies had moved. It was just crazy to be in there and walk around and share that experience with some of my really, really good friends who I'm still pretty close with. And the worst part, though, the escalators in the center court were under maintenance at the time. They were all like roped off and all torn up. So that really
can
sucked.
do the ride.
I have photos of them somewhere, but it was right before the bus went in. I think they just maybe announced it a little while before.
Because that went in 2018 for the 40th anniversary, I think, right?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, and then surreal being there. We stayed at the Red Roof Inn that night before, like 5 guys in one room. It was, oh my God,
great water pressure
fest, and it was horrible. But yeah, I went to this really good place for breakfast. It was right up from Half Price Books. I wonder if it's still there. That was really good. So we should pencil that in. Definitely.
I remember the name of that restaurant I was talking about last week. That's right down the road from Red Roof. It's called Gateway Grill. Great breakfast.
Maybe that was it. Okay.
Gateway Grill. There you go.
Yeah, and then we made our way to Evans City, did the cemetery, and that was the vibe. Oh my God, like it was so creepy, like walking around the cemetery and everything. Unbelievable. And then went to Cinema Wasteland, had a great time, drank a lot of beer. I shared an elevator with what's his name from Pulp Fiction.
Michael
starts with an M. No, the guy who owned
Madsen?
No, the guy who owned the pawn shop.
Marcellus Wallace?
Oh.
No. What was his name?
Does he look like
he owned the pawn shop. He had the shotgun.
No, he just passed away, right? He was the
cop. Peter Green was
the cop.
Mostyn.
The other one. I don't know his name actually.
Marauder. I don't know, but anyway, I should know that weekend. Yeah.
Cool.
Maynard. That was the guy's name.
Oh, I thought you meant the actor's name. I was like, I don't know.
I don't have a fucking clue what the actor's name was.
Not Peter Green. His buddy.
Yeah, Peter Green was Zed.
And his buddy the Gimp.
Zed is out dead.
Zed.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, it was great. Just the fucking Monroeville Mall.
Before I forget, I just wanted to add also when I got to the entrance, I parked right underneath the 30, and it was like this is a sign. Like out of all the parking spots, it was the one that was right underneath the 30. Although in the movie it's changed because in the 30 was in front of where the it's like at the upper part, like to the left if you're looking at the mall. I don't know where to describe it, but and also that was at the time when you couldn't take. I remember people were like, "Hey, you go to the mall. They don't like people hanging around and nosing around and taking photos or whatever." So
the security said that. Like, I took about 100 pictures. Everything took pictures. Everything, marble, the floor, everything. And then we found a security guard. And I said, "Excuse me, I heard that there's something here about Dawn," or like he goes, "Well, there. If you go down that hallway, there's like the plaques, right? Like the little write up. Yeah. There's that." But you can't take any pictures in the mall, okay? I'm like, okay. My camera or whatever. Yeah, and then we went to Penny's and I snuck a few more, but I was like, I didn't dare take too many there because it's like if he sees the whole film is because it was filmed back in the day, right? So the whole film.
And I had a picture of me that was taken under the 30, and I lost it. I think it was like
Oh,
one of those chubby camera phones back in the day. You know, so like you flip a phone or whatever. I only took like 2 photos, and it was like an old phone. You know, so I lost that one. But it was a sign.
Dude, I've lost all my photos that I took with, like my photo that I got with George, photo that I got with all the night cast members, all those are gone from back in the day. Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, I don't know. Wow. I've searched high and low for those things. I can't find them on any hard drive or anything. So
I think you guys know how important photos are to me. So I would be absolutely fucking devastated.
Yeah.
You guys
it's funny,
know me
as
well
much
enough.
as I hate taking photos, and I take also personally very little photos. I like other people that do, because I'll just like, I don't like doing it myself, but I like when other people do it, because then I can look at them and go like,
that's why we got Michelle. That's the
I said, oh, that's right. I remember that was there. I remember these tables were there. I was doing this at that time. So I appreciate people like Michelle taking the photos. I don't like taking them or being in them, but
you know, I love
taking
pictures of you, Vulo. You know, I love it.
Yeah,
I've got so many rad
I got a couple
candid
of
photos of me
at
that you took
every time. I got quite a few this time because I knew you didn't like your picture taken, so I took extra. And the boys know I'm the staff photographer of our group.
Yeah, she's the document. She's the Catherine Colbert of the of the gang here. What about you, Sint? I don't think we've ever talked about like your thoughts and feelings when you first arrived at the mall, because I know your first time was just a couple of years ago.
Just beginning last year's June thing was my first time. I mean, if I hadn't found your show earlier last year, like beginning of the year, I would have missed all of this stuff, because being a fan since basically '83 or whenever we watched the videotape, and I was thinking about, because we had malls all over the place here, constantly malls. Half of them are gone now, but we still have a bunch of them. So I was a mall kid, but I read somewhere in Fangoria or something like that they said the mall had been demolished or some bullshit like that, or there was a bunch of misinformation about stuff, and so I heard from different people that it was gone. I went, I guess I missed my chance to see that place. That'd be kind of cool to see it. And then after finding your channel and talking about shit and then going, same thing. Hotel was far away from the mall. I knew to take the back entrance, just didn't know exactly how to get there, and then so take that road down the motorcycle road and to the biker's entrance. But of course, it's not the same view that you have in the movie, because it's winter in the movie and all the deciduous trees drop their leaves. So you have a clear shot of the mall all the way down the road. When I get there, I'm like, okay, well, I know it's down this road, but I just see fucking trees. But I know I'm on the right road, And so it was still fun. It was still exciting, because it did just pop at one point. Instead of this like, ooh, it's getting closer and closer, it's just like, well, I know it's going to show up shortly. Oh, there it is. Boom.
Yeah. That's what it was like. It's like the parting of the sea. It's like boom.
Yeah.
Because they had all the trees and stuff, and then it's all of a sudden it's
like,
there.
It's like when you see Pittsburgh for the first time. If you're going through Fort Pitt Tunnel,
Fort Pitt Tunnel.
Like you're like, where is this place? It's like all of a sudden you come out of that tunnel and it's just like, oh, there it is.
Yeah.
It's like
And the only thing that threw me off, because I didn't know about the Cinemark, is that's the famous shot where they first get to the mall and the helicopter flies by with the double balcony and stuff like that. And that's gone. I'm like, oh shit, that's not there anymore. But the rest of it looks like really cool.
Yeah.
And then I like Michelle was talking about, I got there an hour before closing, the night before the first Living Dead weekend day. And so I thought, cool, I'm going to walk around the mall as a normal mall before all the shit starts, just to get a feel for it. And you had that smell that you usually walk in, there's the wall of smell and the biker entrance and there's the rocks on the wall where these guys got shot. You could just see all the stuff as you're walking by, all the stuff that just triggers in your memory.
Yeah.
And you go down to where where they came out, but it looks a little different, but where they came out of that hallway. And then I'm like, oh man, the hallway goes all the way down there. I didn't know there's a false wall on top of the false wall they put in the movie. So that was cool. Just walking around and find all this shit out even before I took Larry's tour. I'm just like, wow, there's all this stuff that's different here than I expected. And it was just fun. Good times.
That's one of the first things that we did when we got there was my kid and I did the hallway run. As soon as we got to the mall, I was like, oh,
that's so
we
cool.
had to do it.
The world famous
Landrum
Mallway run.
Oh yeah.
I just want to say that. I was just gonna say I've never felt this way walking to a Walmart. That's all I want to say.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Never will.
Well,
Yeah,
you
Mike,
just
tell us your
wait.
story.
You just wait. Now, for me, it's kind of like a mix between all you guys. Like, yeah, definitely coming down the biker road for the first time. Hell, being in the hotel at the DoubleTree and seeing it from the window, the whole mall, and like I mentioned it last week, seeing at night, from my hotel room, you could see the headlights coming down that hill towards the mall.
Yeah.
And my brain immediately goes to that scene where they're on the roof and it's like, holy shit. Just 3, huh? And you see the headlights of the bikes coming down. It looked just like that in the movie. So that was a big moment. Hell, just first when we landed in Pittsburgh and just driving into Pittsburgh and seeing that first sign that says Monroeville, I teared up. I was like, oh my God, I'm here. Like, I'm here. That was a big fucking moment. Yeah, I remember walking up to the entrance and kind of getting a little emotional for the first time because it's just like, here I am. But and maybe it's just because it's still so fresh on my mind. But man, sitting in that theater and watching Dawn of the Dead after Ken Foray's speech and that moment where they get to the scene where they first get to the mall and Galen's looking down into the mall. And on the screen, it feels like she's looking down on the audience, looking down on us. And she says, what are they doing? Why do they come here? And, Steven says it's some kind of instinct, memory. This is an important place in their life. I literally had a tear going down my fucking cheek at that moment and I just got, and it sunk in. And I hate to say like, oh, I've taken it for granted or I don't appreciate it. And like John said, you do kind of get a little numb to it once you go so many times. It's not quite what it was the first time. But for me, it was like in that moment, because there's so much going on, because it's not only Living Dead weekend, you're talking to people, and especially like my first time going, I had an 8-month-old, so I'm worried about like, oh, my 8-month-old, like, well, we gotta change her diaper, we gotta make sure she's okay. Like, well, I had all this other stuff, like, and it's like, it always seems like there's so much going on, but in that moment, sitting in this dark theater, watching this movie in the mall that it was filmed in for that split moment, it really sunk in to the point where that next day, that Sunday, I'm sure Michelle, Andy, you guys remember, like I just had to walk away. Like I just had to get away, and I just left and I just walked around the mall, and then I came back in the mall and I just sat down on a bench and I just sat there for about an hour and just took it in. Just to allow myself the chance to do that, and honestly, like, I'm really glad that the mall's still there, and I'm really glad that we're all going to be there in June and we still get to enjoy it. But honestly, if that was the last time that I ever got to see that mall or experience that mall, I would have been okay. Like, I felt like almost like a sense of peace because with all, with the news and everything that's, this is the last year of the mall. Walmart's moving in. The mall's no more. Like, our time is limited. But in that moment, I almost felt at peace with everything, where I was just like, this was an important place in our lives. And I'm glad that I did this. And I'm glad that I met you guys. I'm glad I've had these experiences. So one day when I'm old and in a rocking chair or on my deathbed or whatever, I can say, well, hey, I did what I wanted to do. That was a period of my life where I can look back and smile and be happy and be like, that was a good time. I'm glad I did that. And that was something I always worried about for all those years that I didn't go to the mall and kept making up excuses. Oh, it's too far. I don't have enough money. I can't do this. I can't do that. And then when I finally did do it, it was like, I'm going to keep doing this because it makes me happy. I like doing this. And then I don't know. So I think that really was a cementing moment for me, just this last trip in October after all the news. And it's pretty much sealed now that the mall's destiny is it's going away. It's not going to be there much longer. And building up to that moment, it was like a sense of dread, it's just like, oh God, like what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Where am I going to go? Like, what is this? But at that moment, I was like, okay, it's okay. I almost felt like I wanted to pat them all on the back and say, it's okay. You can go now, type of thing. No, yeah, like I said, I'm still excited to go back, and I'm going to go back as much as I can and experience and do everything I want to do as often as I can do it until that time comes. But yeah, I think that was just it put me at ease with the whole situation, I guess. But I don't know.
Well, at least we have the opportunity to go and to see it again, knowing that there is a time. It's not like the DoubleTree, which just closed, and you're like, what?
Right?
Like,
yeah.
And you're like, oh, we had some good times there, like.
Or the airport, the fucking airport.
Or
man.
the airport.
Like,
yeah.
They tore that fucking thing down like a week before Living Dead Weekend that year. I remember running into Matt and we remember talking to him in the mall. And I was just like, I cannot fucking believe. Like, it's like they did it on purpose. It was like a bad joke where they're just like out of nowhere. It's like, okay, well, it's gone now. At least now we know, like, this is our time. Exactly. Enjoy it while you can, and let it be. So
it really is crazy though, because I don't even know how your channel popped up on a search. I mean, I get so many random things on YouTube that show up, and I hadn't searched for Dawn or Romero or anything, and suddenly your thing showed up on my YouTube thing, and I go, oh, the George Romero channel. What's this? And I went in there and
what's this idiot doing?
Yeah. It's like it's another maniac out there that likes all this stuff. And
it's like I put it. It's like, oh man, there's other people out there like me. Cool.
Yeah, and it's so crazy because I was obviously a huge fan for a long time, but doing so many other things with music and other movies and animation projects and all kinds of other stuff I've been doing forever. It was on the back burner for a long time, and just suddenly I started getting more into it again. Like it just exploded. So much so that I'm going to the damn thing twice a year now, and it's fun, but it's crazy.
Well, that's how it was for me, man. Like, because I was so into it for so long, and then it's like there was a period there where I just kind of was more focused on my bands, my music, stuff like that, and it was kind of on the back burner. Like I always liked the movies, but I wasn't as into every release that came out or all the news that would drop or anything like that. It would just kind of be on the periphery. And then I was excited
when a release came out. I go, "Ooh, I need that," so I'd get that. But
But then all of a sudden, just out of the blue, I just like, all right, well, I'm out of podcasts to listen to. What the hell do I want to listen to? Is anybody talking about George Romero these days? I've hit George Romero, WGON radio pops up. I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I look, I'm like, Matt Blasey, I know that name, Eric. Okay, let me check it out. And then like, I was roped right the fuck back in. Like, I was just like, these guys are talking my language. These guys are talking to me. All right. So then like, that fucking, and now here I am. So
well, that was,
but I do.
What you said was that was very well said, and you brought up something about being older and looking back and looking at this, you're looking at visiting the mall as a time that you were really truly happy, and I agree. I feel like visiting the mall and meeting you guys and making these new friends, this has been like seriously life changing. Like this is what I've been looking for my whole life.
Sure.
And
so,
100%.
Absolutely.
So I'm the happiest when I'm at the Monroeville Mall with you guys.
Right. And I sort of reflect those same sentiments of looking back and being like, this has been a true like touchstone in my life. Like I never thought this would happen, and here it is, and it's changed me. So I agree. It's awesome.
What upsets me so much because we can't tell George thanks.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
but we can though.
He knows.
We can. We're doing it now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's we're doing it now.
I like to have done it to his face.
Even if you told George that, he'd say, "Why?"
Yeah, he'd say, "Shut up."
Just a mall. Yeah, it's just a mall. What are you guys talking about? Like,
I'm sure you would, or I would be able to articulate it. It's like it's no different from the familial aspects that you created. Made Knight Riders and survival. Where you had your troops of people. It's not any different. And all these new friends that I've made, it's all through one person. And that's what upsets. Like I would never, just like with Alan, I know that there is no question that I would be able to ask that he would A, know the answer to, or B, I wouldn't already know the answer for. You know what I mean? So why even bother to ask? The only thing that I would want to say is, like, thank you. You know, and that's what upsets me, that, like, I waited so long to get involved in all of this stuff. But, like, what other better way to say, like, look at the gift that you've given all of us.
Yeah.
You know, like,
it's awesome.
You know, this whole group of nutty friends of, you know, people for your films. But it's more than that. It's, you know, that's why there's no other director that has this. And that's why it can only be because of how he was as a person. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. Either you can feel it through his movies in some bizarre supernatural way, or like I said, if I'm watching those conventions where he's signing autographs and seeing his genuineness, talking to everybody, how friendly he was. And George wasn't a perfect person. I've heard plenty of stories, but that doesn't take away from the person that he was, you know, to everybody. This big, loving kind of guy that just seemed excited to meet. Someone, you know, left a comment where they said that they met him and they made him feel like he was, like, you know, the first person in line and stuff like that. And it comes through. And even when George is not happy, he's not, I don't say unhappy, but like when he doesn't seem to get angry. He has a way of doing something where it's like, that was like the nicest, most polite way of, like, not dismissing the person, but, you know, like either rolling his eyes, like, or, you know, and like I said, there's like that thing about him that, like, makes us, just like what other people said on set, because of the way that George was, it made you want to, you know, bend over backwards for the guy and work harder. Just like almost how I am with my stuff, you know, how Larry is with, we all are with our stuff, is because of, you know, again, I always joke it's like my penance in a way because I never got to meet him, but this is the best way I can sum up to say, you know, thank you for all of this, for all the things that you've given us. The best tribute I can think of, and that's why it's unfortunate that, you know, most of us can't tell him in person.
Well, think about a movie set. It's like of the time of making a movie, it's the most stressful, the most money burning minute by minute by minute. And that's why so many directors and producers are complete assholes all the time, because they're always stressed out and they take it out on everybody. He's like cool as a cucumber on the set. He had these great things. So that speaks volumes of the guy, even without all the other stuff that he did that was cool.
Well, I mean, I don't think,
because he was cool as a cucumber on the set, you know, just.
And I don't think you could make those movies the way that they made them if George wasn't that guy. If he didn't have that charisma to where, and that, to where everybody on set was working for so little, if anything at all, and long hours and all that, but they all wanted to do it for him because of who he was. And
he gave so many opportunities to people. You know what I mean? He helped so many people out, gave people their starts. You know,
it's not a revolving door. The same people want to keep coming back. You know.
Even, I mean, just look at Greg Nicotero. Greg Nicotero is a millionaire 10 times over, 20 times over. He has every right in the world to just say, all right, that was the thing I did back in the day, and I made a bunch of money, and I'm just going to go to Hollywood and just do my own thing now, whatever. But there's no bigger fan of this stuff than Greg, and he still will show up to a Living Dead weekend. He will make time out of his busy ass schedule doing TV shows and whatever else to make time for this, because it still means something to him, because that's how he got his start. That's how he grew up on these sets, basically. I mean, he was a kid when he first started, and it means so much to him that he's rescuing cherished prints of things just so they don't end up in the wrong hands, type of thing. Like, he's using his power for good, and that's why I love Greg. But it just goes to show the power, and that all these people still will come back to the mall, like all the cast and crew, and there's still that family vibe and family atmosphere for all these people. And a lot of these people are still friends to this day. I mean, you look at Savini, Marty Schiff, and it's just like, it's one big family that was spawned out of this thing. And it's like, I feel like it continues, just talking about Romero fandom, it continues amongst the fans like us. It's like we're doing our part now, whether it's through a goofy ass YouTube channel or whether we're, all the work that John does or whether it's music or however else, like we're all doing our part to keep that legacy and that, just that whole thing going, I guess. But
there are tributes to him.
Exactly. Like I'll be sitting here just editing something for YouTube for hours, just like, oh man, what am I doing this for? Like, but I have to. It's for people like you guys, because to me, like when I'm like the intro video earlier, I all like hours putting that together. And I was like, I put the Gloria Jean reference in there just to pop you guys, just because it's like, just a little bits and pieces on there. But the last thing we'll end on this one. We're over 4 hours and Lord of mercy. Last thing.
It's after 3 a.m.
Mutant Dumas Z, or whatever, how you pronounce that, it says live stream during the Living Dead event. This is something I've thought of. Something I would like to do if I can logistically figure it out, but I would love to do a Romero Fan Roundtable live from Living Dead weekend at the Monroeville Mall, if at all possible. And I'll have to look into it logistically, where we would do it, how we would do it. Could I get the equipment? Could I make it happen? But if I can make it happen, are you guys down?
Of course,
yeah.
Sure.
Absolutely.
If I
even
have
if they ask.
This is
Only if
weird...
Paul doesn't take his mic off when he goes to pee.
You have to stay mic when you go to the restroom. That's
so I actually did miss that. You did actually have that moment on the show. I missed
Ask and ye shall receive.
What now? Oh yeah, you were gone since Synth got booted.
Yeah, I had a glitch,
Oh my God! Go back and watch it. Go back and watch it.
So the famous thing that happens in the movies, he actually did. That's great.
Yeah, it's like Naked Gun too.
Yeah.
Total hot mic moment.
Yeah, John was in the middle of a point. We're listening. We're thinking, and all of a sudden we hear. And I'm thinking, like, what is that noise? Where is that?
And then I'm like, oh my God, Paul!
Dude,
I knew great. As soon as I heard that groan, I was like, oh, he's about to piss. It's coming.
I'm not gonna lie. I laughed until I cried.
I wanted to say I'd like to, very much. Although I can't fully commit, because this is going to be an interesting Living Dead weekend for me, because I usually tag along with Jim, and I sleep on the couch of his room. But I'm not going with Jim. I'm going to be bringing my lady friend of mine. So I still might be helping out.
Let's get her on. I got questions for her.
Might be interested, but I don't know what, because I might be helping out Jim. I might not, or like I might be helping out a little bit and doing, you know what I mean? So I don't know.
It's like that scene in Diner. You have to test her Romero trivia knowledge, right? So.
Well, we won't book anything. We won't make anything official yet, but
you can do it without me. I won't be offended.
You can come by in the background and say hi.
Yeah, if I can make it, I'll make it.
If you can just swing by and say hi for 5 minutes, fuck it.
Yeah. But I don't. I say I don't. I'm very excited to be there, especially to show her and all the. Maybe the first time we hung out, we watched Night of the Living Dead. It was like one of her favorite movies to begin with. So I was like, all right, well.
And she stuck around, so she's a keeper.
She's a keeper.
Yeah, I got to take her to the Romero Museum soon. They're going to open up the doors for me, which was nice. But like this is the stuff that I really enjoy, but I don't know, like 3 days is a lot. Like it's not a lot for me. It might be for her. She might want to go to Evans City. You know what I mean? So it's like other than just standing there.
She might need a break from us lunatics. She's like, all right.
Yeah. So I have to sort of play it by ear, but I'll be very excited to,
well, that's exciting, man. I'm excited. I'm excited to meet her.
She wanted to come in October, but she booked at the same time a trip to Ireland, and I was like, "It's literally the same weekend."
Oh,
and I said, "Trust me, you don't want to be coming with me because
it's a bunch of potatoes and."
But she's got like a heritage, get some Irish heritage. But I was like, "Trust me, you don't want to come with me because I'm spending." I was in a $50 room and it didn't have the heat and everything, and now
that's right. It didn't have heat. I forgot.
Yeah, it was also a $50 room. Mine had heat.
Yeah, but now I actually, when I see her tomorrow, I can say you have to make sure that are you taking off work because I have to book these hotel rooms, and it's going to be quite amount of money because I don't think she wants to stay in, one of the chintzy things, and we're not sleeping on, the couch. And
hey man, red roof. If nothing else, red roof's got good water pressure. That's all I'll say. All I can say. But guys, thank you so much for doing this. This has been a blast.
Thanks, Mike.
Love you guys. I can't wait to see you guys here in a few months.
Guys.
Is everybody coming in this? This definitely.
Yeah.
Everyone's here.
Yes.
We're all coming. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I already have everything. But I'm just waiting for the tickets to go on sale.
Yeah.
I got the hotel, the flight, everything.
Everything else booked.
Yeah.
No tickets yet.
I've already booked my $2,100 Airbnb. Like it's already done.
Jesus.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's like
Holy
3K Canadian, just so you know.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm bringing, my whole family and my 2 dogs. So it's
That's
I
fair.
got to have
That's
somewhere
fair.
for them to take a piss and shit. So
I think I'll be back to a $50 room again. So
You can do that at the Red Roof. Those dogs could piss anywhere they want at the Red Roof. You probably wouldn't notice. But yeah, anybody got anything on their channels they want to promote or anything they want to do here? I'm about to piss my pants, so let's be quick.
No,
I'm never mic on.
I got nothing.
Because you didn't ask me who I wanted to see, or because we moved topic. I would like to. If Richard Franz is there, I said my payment is I want the first Richard Franz Night of Living Dead autograph.
There you guys going to bring that up.
That's my payment. But there are a couple of people that I'm trying to get. I haven't contacted them yet because Jim said, see if you can find somebody or anyone that could be there. I said, well, that's really tough because everyone's pretty much been accounted for. Can you think who do you think is the most recognized zombie that hasn't been or to a convention or hasn't that no one really knows, the most recognizable zombie
that's been discovered?
That's
like we know.
Arco Pitcairn.
Actually, that's really good, but they already know who he is.
That's
Jack.
I thought you said knew who it was, but didn't come to a convention.
Okay,
I know they know who he is, but I guess he didn't.
I'm thinking the Andy Warhol zombie from Dawn. The elevator.
Yeah,
we got to figure out who that guy is too.
I'm with the help of Chris Trebakis. I'm 99% sure I found the funeral parlor zombie without the makeup.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've passed my info to his info to Jim, and also I got verified by Mike Gornick because Chris had helped me out, and I was like, I think this is the guy, and Mike Gornick knew him because he was Romero's banker. So Mike would have known him, and said, yeah, that's him. So I said, all right, Jim, let's see if we can contact him if he can. We can bring him along. So. Because I was like, I don't think of anybody else that no one knows who they are that people would recognize. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna see if that hopefully can happen, and because he still lives in the area, but he's got to be 80 something. We'll see.
80 is the new 60.
Yeah.
Well,
most everybody there's gonna be about 80, but guys, I'm about to piss my pants, so I'm gonna sign off now. Thanks again for doing this, guys. I will
Turn off
see
your
you
mics,
guys.
everybody.
This is great. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks everybody in the chat. You guys are awesome in the chat tonight. Sorry I didn't get to a lot of your comments, but you know how it gets with these roundtables. We get to going and try to get to as many as I can. But you guys are always appreciated and loved. So next week, I don't know what I'll be doing next week, but like I said, the following week, Norman England will be on for Talking Romero edition. After that, following week, we'll have Matt Blasi on for Collecting the Dead. And then following Matt Blasi, we'll have another Talking Romero with Michael Felcher, Red Shirt.
Are these going to be on Sundays? Are they all on Sundays?
Saturdays, I think. So.
Okay. Yeah, Sunday's tough because.
Yeah, I think we're booked. I think we got them all booked on Saturdays. So it'll be all Saturdays. So
great.
It'll be the 24th, the 31st, and the 7th. So,
all right. Hopefully, I'll be able to watch them live. Great.
But all right, guys.
All right.
All right, man.
Y'all have a great rest of the night. Great rest of the week. And as always,
stay hungry.
Scared.